Chapter 2559. Moreover, what could he possibly have that could catch the eye of the great emperors of serene soul? Myriad's sword? That's impossible. Myriad's sword might be good, but it might not be in serene soul's eyes. The great emperors of a generation could have any emperor artifact they wanted, so why would they want Myriad's sword? So what did he want in exchange? Young Kai thought about it, but he still couldn't figure out serene soul's intentions. What senior wants to exchange for wouldn't be this little one's life, right? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Old Fu sneered. What use does this king have for a cheap life? Yang Kai's face turned black. Although he didn't think his life was worth much, he was naturally unhappy to be called cheap in front of others. If not for the other party's identity, he would have already rushed up and fought him. Just tell me if you agree or not. Old Fu looked at Yang Kai with a mocking smile. You don't even make it clear how I'll agree. Do you really think this young master has a limited IQ like your daughter? Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, Master's words are unclear. Forgive this junior for not agreeing. In front of him was an old monster, who had lived for who knows how many years. Kai Yang didn't dare to casually promise anything, lest he fall into the other's trap. If he fell into the other's hands, then it would be a big joke. Old Fu said indifferently, This king wants a bell in exchange. As soon as he said this, Yang Kai was shocked and became vigilant. Change the bell. What bell? What other bell could he have besides the mountains and rivers bell? How did he know? In today's battle, Yang Kai hadn't used the mountains and rivers bell at all, and all the enemies who had seen it before were already dead. So how did the great emperors of Serene Soul know about this? Did they sense it? But that was impossible. The mountains and rivers bell had been refined by him. If he didn't use it against the enemy, no one would be able to sense it. But this old man had spoken so confidently, as if he was certain Yang Kai had a bell on him. Yang Kai really couldn't tell if he was just bluffing, or if he really had a card up his sleeve. Could it be that he wanted to kill them and steal their treasures? Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. If the soul devourer great emperors really had such thoughts, his future days would not be easy. What clock? What does master mean? Yang Kai's mind was racing, but his face was expressionless. He revealed a puzzled look. Old Fu looked at him mockingly and sneered. Do you really not know? Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to reveal any flaws. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, please enlighten me. I'm confused and don't know what you're talking about. He swore in his heart that if this old man mentioned anything about the bell again, he would send his daughter off first. Old Fu said, In that case I won't force you. As he spoke, Di Yuan wrapped Lin Er up and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the ancient land's passageway and disappeared. He actually left as soon as he said he would, without giving Kai Yang the slightest chance to react. Damn it! If you don't give me the osmanthus bowl, at least give me some source crystals or something. This young master suffered for nothing. After a long time, Yang Kai finally reacted. He was so angry that he cursed. This time, he had suffered a big loss. Lin Er had repeatedly made things difficult for him, and even joined forces with the Netherworld sect to threaten his life. But all he did was force Serene Soul to surrender. He didn't get the slightest benefit from it. But soon, Yang Kai felt a cold sweat on his back. Just now, Serene Soul had suddenly mentioned the bell, which really scared him. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai didn't dare to stay any longer. He walked over to the dead Netherworld sect disciples, and collected their space rings before hurriedly rushing into the ancient lands. Out of the passageway, he had officially stepped into the ancient wild land. This was an area that had never been developed. It was one of the most dangerous places in the entire star boundary. Even the Emperor realm couldn't guarantee their own safety. In this ancient lands, there were countless dangers that were difficult to resist. There were many natural barriers and savage species that lived here. They were all life-threatening existences. There were also rumors that there were divine spirits living in this ancient lands, but no one knew whether it was true or not. Yang Kai went less than 100 miles in, and noticed the strangeness of this ancient lands. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in the air. This energy seemed to have the effect of suppressing the power of a cultivator. The deeper he went, the more obvious this effect became. Towering ancient trees towered into the sky, On the ground, there were many strange flowers and plants that Yang Kai had never heard of before. An ancient and desolate smell greeted him. Savage force. The entire ancient wild land was filled with this strange savage force. This was the great desolate force that came from the beginning of the world. Under this force, any creature would feel small and insignificant. Under the suppression of this force, any cultivator who entered would not be able to display their full strength. Yang Kai felt it for a while, and found that this savage force didn't have the slightest effect on him. When it entered his body, it was like a gentle breeze that could be ignored. He had the mountains and rivers bell, a great desolate treasure, in his body, so all the savage force that invaded his body was automatically neutralized by the mountains and rivers bell. Realizing this, Kai Yang's heart calmed down. He had already noticed it when he drank the wild wine. Although he had some guesses in his heart, it wasn't until now that he confirmed them. It seems that with the mountains and rivers bell, I'll have a great advantage in this ancient wild lands. Yang Kai was quite pleased with himself. Fortunately, he had obtained this opportunity in the Shattered Star Sea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had such an advantage. As he walked, he took out a jade slip and compared it to the scenery outside. This jade slip was given to him by Pai San. It contained all the known landforms of the savage desolate ancient lands, as well as the distribution of demonic beasts. However, the information in this jade slip was not complete. Yang Kai didn't know how large the ancient wild land was. So far, the cultivator had explored less than 1/10 of the ancient wild land. However, with this jade slip in hand, Yang Kai could save a lot of trouble. An hour later, he had completely entered the ancient wild land and found a cave and walked in. He didn't know what kind of monster beast occupied this cave. The cave was dry and spacious, but there was no sign of the monster beast. He didn't know whether it had gone out to look for food or had been killed. Yang Kai guessed that the latter was more likely, because this place was not far from the entrance. It would be easy for the cultivator to find this place. There was generally no space for monster beasts to live in this kind of place. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai released Zhang Ruoxi and ordered, "I need to heal. Guard me and pay attention to resisting the wild force. If there's any movement or you can't hold on, call me." "Yes." Zhang Ruoxi responded obediently. Seeing the terrible injury on Yang Kai's shoulder, her heart inexplicably trembled. She didn't ask much, and went directly to the entrance of the cave, and sat down cross-legged. Inside the cave, Yang Kai took out some healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He closed his eyes and began to refine them. His injury was actually not serious. Even if he didn't treat it, it would only take a few days for him to recover. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless while walking in this kind of place. If the smell of blood around his wound caused some unnecessary trouble, the loss would outweigh the gain. So, he decided to heal his wound first. There was no need to be in a hurry. The flesh around the wound was squirming, constantly healing towards the middle. It was a scary sight. Yang Kai's body's resilience was already strong. Now, with the help of the healing pills, it would take him less than a day or two to fully recover. Outside the cave, Zhang Ruoxi followed Yang Kai's instructions and urged her source qi to protect herself. At first, she was a little worried about the so-called wild force. After all, Yang Kai had mentioned it to her before. She knew that all cultivator who entered the ancient lands would be suppressed by the wild force. The lower the cultivation, the greater the suppression. Although she had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm, she couldn't help Yang Kai at all. During the last part of the ancient lands passageway, Yang Kai even took her into the sealed world bead. Zhang Ruoxi hated herself for being so weak. Not only was she unable to help Yang Kai, but she was also a burden to him. The wound on Yang Kai's shoulder was so big. She didn't know how much blood he had lost, how painful it was, and how dangerous it was. Everything she had now was given to her by Yang Kai. If it weren't for him, she would have been taken back by the Lu family and ruined by them. A small family like the Zhang family wouldn't have been able to survive in Maplewood City. Not only did Yang Kai save her, but he also saved the entire Zhang family. He also gave her countless cultivation resources, which allowed her to achieve what she had today. She didn't know why Yang Kai brought her out of the Zhang family, But after so many years, she had long been used to following Yang Kai everywhere. But when would he be able to block the calamity for Mr.? She couldn't always be protected by Yang Kai like this. Even if he asked her to take care of his meals and make his bed, that would be fine. Unfortunately, she hadn't done much of that. Zhang Ruo, she bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. Her heart tightened. Her yearning to become stronger drove her to silently circulate her secret art and meditate to cultivate. This was an involuntary action. But soon, Zhang Ruo, she was startled and quickly stopped. It couldn't be helped. She suddenly remembered that this was the ancient wild lands. The world energy here was full of wild force. It was not a place to cultivate at all. If she absorbed the wild force into her body, not only would she be unable to absorb it, it would also hinder the progress of her cultivation. Realizing this, Zhang Ruoxi's face suddenly turned pale, and she quickly checked her own situation. Zhang Ruo, she was baffled by her own condition after a quick check. Because she found that although she had inadvertently absorbed some wild force, it didn't seem to be harmful to her. Instead, it spread out in her body and became the source of her own strength. In this short period of time, his cultivation efficiency was more than twice as fast as before. What's going on? Zhang Ruo, she looked surprised. She didn't understand. She wanted to ask Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai knew more than she did. But Yang Kai was at a critical juncture of healing, so she didn't want to disturb him. Chapter 2560. After remaining indifferent for a long time, Zhang Ruo, she mustered up her courage and began to circulate her secret art again. This time, she carefully sensed it and found that if she cultivated here, other than absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, there was also the savage force. But the strange thing was that both of these forces were greatly beneficial to her, especially the wild force. It made her feel like she had tasted it and couldn't stop. What's going on? Could there be something wrong with his body? That was the power of the wild. Zhang Ruo, she suddenly became afraid and didn't dare to cultivate anymore. She stopped circulating her secret art and sat silently in place with a bewildered expression. She really couldn't find a reason for this. The only possible explanation was her bloodline. Her teacher had said that her bloodline was very strange, and he didn't know what kind of inheritance it had. She was also very confused, because the secret art she used to cultivate was something she comprehended on her own, and wasn't taught by the Zhang family. It was as if these things were engraved in the depths of her mind, and she knew how to circulate them as soon as she started cultivating. She sat in place and didn't do anything. Her surroundings were quiet and peaceful. Zhang Ruo, she thought for a while, and took out the space spirit jade from her space ring. Before entering here, her teacher had given this thing to her and asked her to study it, saying that it might unlock the secret of her bloodline. As soon as she took it out, Zhang Ruoxi's body suddenly shook, and she raised her head to look in a certain direction. That feeling came again. It seemed that something was resonating with the space spirit jade in her hand, and calling out to her from afar, making her blood flow faster. It was extremely hot. She had this feeling once before. Now that she experienced it again, Zhang Ruo, she was sure that it wasn't an illusion. But it only lasted for a moment. When Zhang Ruo, she tried to sense it again, she couldn't find anything. All kinds of beautiful scenery flashed on the space spirit jade. Zhang Ruo, she turned it over in her hand and studied it for a long time. But she still couldn't figure it out. She didn't know what it was for. In the depths of the ancient lands in a dense jungle. This was the true depths of the ancient wild lands, a place where no human had ever set foot. For hundreds of millions of years, only a variety of ancient wild races lived here and multiplied. This was a completely different world from the 4 territories of the star boundary. On top of the towering mountain, there was an oval-shaped object that was emitting a blood-red light. This object was blood-red, as if it was made from fresh blood. However, it also emitted a strange fragrance. Bloodgate. The demon clans that lived in the depths of the savage, desolate ancient lands all knew that there was a blood door here. But no one could enter it, let alone know what kind of secrets this blood door hid. But in the ancient lands, there was a rumor that the blood door had a secret that could allow the creatures of the ancient lands to evolve into holy spirits. The living beings of the ancient lands all had remnants of the ancient divine spirits' bloodline power in their bodies. The only difference was the amount. Even if it looked like an extremely ordinary little snake, tracing back to ancient times, perhaps it could also be related to the dragon race. Once the ancient bloodline hidden in their bodies was activated, the ancient land's life forms would possess strength comparable to the ancestral divine spirits. Since the beginning of time, how many of the billions of living beings had successfully excavated the power of their own bloodline and evolved into a holy spirit? At the very most, no more than 10 people had succeeded. But in the legends of the ancient lands, the Blood Door had a mysterious power that could allow the monster clans and savage races that entered to fully excavate the power of their bloodline. Once they succeeded, they would have a great chance to restore the glory of their ancestors, evolve into a holy spirit. Because of this rumor, the Blood Door was the holy land of the entire savage, desolate ancient lands. Countless creatures who thought that they had the strength or opportunity to pass through the Blood Door one after another, wanting to activate their bloodline. But not a single one succeeded. They couldn't even get close to the Blood Door. Most of the ancient land's life forms that got within 10 kilometers of the Blood Door would turn into a pool of pus and die a miserable death. There was once a powerful monster king who had reached the peak of the 12th order, who came here before the end of his life, wanting to give it a try. Because his lifespan was reaching its end, if he didn't think of a way, he was afraid that he would soon die of old age. The Blood Door was his last hope. The peak of the 12th order was equivalent to a 3rd order emperor realm master of the human race. How many such existences were there in the entire star boundary? But even with all his strength, he could only get 3 kilometers away from the Blood Door, and couldn't go any further. In the end, he persisted for 3 days and 3 nights, before turning into a pool of pus and dissipating. Since then, no creature of the ancient lands dared to approach the Blood Door at will. Even the peak of the 12th order monster king couldn't enter the Blood Door and activate his bloodline. So how could other creatures dare to try? For a time, the Blood Door became a forbidden area in the ancient lands. No creature of the ancient lands dared to approach it at will, fearing that they would die for no reason. Although this matter happened a long time ago, the creatures of the ancient lands, whether it was the monster race or the savage species, all had extremely long lifespans. So, many monster kings and overlords had personally experienced this matter and witnessed the tragic fate of the peak of the 12th order monster king. Under their strict warnings, none of their subordinates dared to approach the Blood Door. At this moment, the Blood Door that stood at the peak of the mountain that hadn't changed in the slightest for countless years, suddenly bloomed with a dazzling red light. The red light converged into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, breaking a large hole in the clouds. But soon, the pillar of light disappeared, leaving behind only specks of red light that gradually dissipated in midair. 100 kilometers away from the Blood Door, a pitch-black python was using its thick body to wrap around its prey, tightly strangling it. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed its prey. It was facing the direction of the Blood Door. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the red pillar of light was clearly seen by it. The dark python's eyes widened in an instant as it stared at the place where the Blood Door was located. Its eyes were filled with horror. It had no choice but to be afraid. The legend of the Blood Door was too terrifying. For so many years, the Blood Door had stood there without any changes. Who wouldn't be on tenterhooks when it suddenly appeared? However, this unforeseen event happened very quickly and didn't affect it, which made it feel a little relieved. After waiting for a long time, it didn't dare to act rashly. After a while, seeing that the Blood Door was no longer abnormal, it suddenly twisted its body. Accompanied by the sound of bones dislocating, the huge python's body, that was more than 50 feet long, underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, the python turned into a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, wearing a pitch-black robe, and a malicious gaze. His mouth was still a bloody mouth filled with dense fangs. He was still holding his prey in his mouth, looking as frightening as it could be. With a slurping sound, The middle-aged man that the python had transformed into suddenly sucked the prey into his stomach. His stomach suddenly became round and rolling, as if he was pregnant for 10 months. He stretched out his hand and patted his stomach, causing it to immediately deflate. Something big has happened. I have to report this to Master quickly. The middle-aged man muttered with a gloomy expression. Demonic chi surged from his body as he turned into a streak of black light and fled into the distance. Looking at the aura fluctuations emanating from his body, it was actually on the level of an 11th order master, almost equivalent to a Dao Source Realm cultivator. An hour later, in front of a huge mountain, outside the gate, a streak of black light approached from afar. The 2 monster race guards at the gate immediately became vigilant. One of them took out a bone hammer, while the other held 2 bone spurs and glared at the black light. Who goes there? The monster race guard with the bone hammer shouted and pointed to the front. This is the Rhino Thunder Monster King's palace. Quickly show your true form, or we'll kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. The monster with the 2 bone spurs also roared, his aura surging. The black light suddenly stopped not far in front of them, and revealed its true form. It was the middle-aged man transformed from Dark Python. We're on the same side. Brothers. I am also a subordinate of the Rhino Thunder Master. I have something important to report to the Master. Please let him know. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said. The 2 monster race guards at the gate glanced at each other and looked at him suspiciously. They couldn't blame the 2 monster race guards for not having good eyesight. It was just that there were many monster race cultivators here, and the Rhino Thunder Monster King controlled more than 100,000 monster race cultivators. They were all scattered across hundreds of thousands of kilometers, except for those they usually saw, who would recognize each other. Moreover, the Rhino Thunder Monster King was not someone that anyone could meet. The monster race guard with the bone spurs coldly snorted. You say we're on the same side? What evidence do you have? The middle-aged man seemed to have expected this question, and quickly reached out to take out something from his space ring, and handed it over respectfully. The monster race naturally didn't know how to refine things like space rings, but they couldn't do anything to humans who came here to die. If a human cultivator died here, the space ring would naturally be snatched away by the monster race. The middle-aged man had also killed a human cultivator before, so he obtained a space ring. He usually kept everything in it, so it was very convenient. The human brain was really good. The artifacts and pills they refined were also very good. Unfortunately, no one in the monster race could refine them. The monster race guard with the bone hammer took it, and found that it was a bone token. On the front of the token was an image of a 4-hooved rhino galloping, and on the back was a huge thunder character. This was the token made by the Rhino Thunder Monster King. Although it was crude, it was not something that anyone could imitate, because the material used to make this token came from the remains of the same monster beast. The 2 monster race guards at the gate had seen many such tokens, so they knew at a glance that this token was real. Not many monster race guards were able to obtain this token. Among the hundreds of thousands of monster race guards, only about 2,000 of them were able to obtain one. This was a symbol of status, so when the middle-aged man took out this bone token, the 2 monster race guards' expressions became much better. The monster race guard with the bone spur said, although you are also one of the master's subordinates, we can't let you in. The master said not to disturb him if it's a small matter. If you have something to say, we can pass on the message for you. The middle-aged man anxiously said, this is not a small matter. I have to tell the master face to face. This matter could be a great merit, so how could the middle-aged man borrow someone else's hand? Chapter 2561. No matter how hard the middle-aged man tried to persuade the 2 gatekeepers, they still couldn't get them to agree. Left with no choice, the middle-aged man could only take out a small gift. There was nothing good in the wilderness, just some monster beasts' monster cores. Monster cores were hard currency among the various races in the savage wildlands, because anyone could use them to improve their strength. This made the 2 beasts smile. After discussing with each other for a while, one of them turned around and walked inside, obviously to report. The man transformed from the dark python truly understood what it meant to meet the king of hell. But the little demons were hard to deal with. He chatted with the remaining gatekeeper to pass the time. He swore in his heart, "Once I've made a great contribution and received a reward, I'll show you how powerful I am. If you dare to give me a hard time, I'll make you spit out what you've eaten." After a short while, the gatekeeper returned and cupped his hands to the middle-aged man. "Master is in a good mood today. He allows you to have an audience with him. Go ahead." The middle-aged man thanked him and hurriedly walked up the mountain. The two demonic beasts guarding the mountain gate were left to play with a few inner cores in a happy mood. Although there was no one to guide him, it was obviously not the middle-aged man's first time here. He was quite familiar with the place. Along the way, he passed through several checkpoints and soon arrived at the peak of the mountain. There was a palace-like building on the mountain peak, but it was different from the buildings of the star boundary. This palace had a rough and bold style. It was made of huge stones and had no sense of beauty. Outside the palace, there was also a huge rhinoceros statue. Its four hooves were galloping, as if it was launching a charge. It was unstoppable. The real body of the Thunder Rhino Monster King was a rhinoceros. It was unknown what kind of opportunity it had, but it had cultivated to the peak of the 12th level, allowing it to oversee a region in the savage wildlands. There were more than 100,000 monster beasts under its command. In the entire savage wildlands, there were a total of 32 existences like the Thunder Rhino. They were under the command of the four great holy spirits. Their territories were divided, and they didn't invade each other. Each family had 8 monster kings, all of whom were at the peak of level 12. Below the monster king, there were monster commanders and monster generals. There were also countless level 12 monster beasts under their banner. One could only imagine how dangerous the savage wildland was. Of course, it was impossible for outsiders to know about these things. It was said that the savage, desolate ancient land was full of danger and chaos. In fact, the depths of the ancient land already had their own way of survival. The middle-aged man arrived in front of the palace. The gatekeeper verified his identity, thus he let him in. It wasn't that he was careless. It was mainly because the middle-aged man's level of cultivation was nothing in front of the Rhino Thunder Monster King. The demon clan had always been unconventional in their actions, so they didn't pay much attention to details. Otherwise, if it were a human race sect, how could it be so easy for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to meet a third-order master from the Emperor Realm? Upon entering the palace, a wave of decadent music immediately entered his ears. There was light singing and graceful dancing, surrounded by strings and bamboos. The middle-aged man was taken aback and subconsciously thought that he had gone to the wrong place. However, when he looked up, he found a burly man sitting cross-legged at the top of the palace. On the table in front of him was the corpse of an unknown monster beast. It looked like it had died not long ago. The burly man held the corpse of the monster beast with both hands and ate heartily. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. It was a horrifying sight, but he was still eating with relish, his eyes flashing red. The middle-aged man's calf twitched, and he almost ran away. He had long heard that these monster kings liked to eat the flesh of their subordinates. He thought it was just a rumor, but after seeing it today, he realized that there was no such thing as groundless rumors. The burly man was undoubtedly the Rhino Thunder Monster King. The middle-aged man had seen him once from afar, so he recognized him at a glance. After taking a few bites of the flesh, Rhino Thunder was in a good mood and laughed heartily. On his left and right, there were 2 other women with revealing clothes and large patches of their snow-white bodies exposed in the air. They were doing their best to please him. Their graceful and delicate bodies were lightly covered by gauze, and the beautiful scenery was faintly discernible. It caused one's blood to boil, and it was difficult to breathe. One of the women took advantage of Rhino Thunder's laughter to reach out and pick up a grape-like spirit fruit on the table, peel it, and stuff it into Rhino Thunder's mouth. Rhino Thunder roared and hugged the woman, unscrupulously violating her. After a while, the woman's mouth was also full of blood, but she was not angry and instead enjoyed it, sticking out her scarlet tongue to lick the blood off her mouth. Her licentious appearance was simply outrageous. The middle-aged man watched from below with fear, but he also yearned for it. He did not know when he would be able to reach Rhino Thunder's level of cultivation. When that time came, he would be able to enjoy the happiness of having multiple lovers and have beauties throw themselves into his arms. In the hall below the table, there were a few seductive women singing and dancing. They had thin waists and full buttocks, and their dressing could only be described as offensive. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. His eyes rolled around, not knowing which beauty to look at. The beauty who had been violated by Shilei earlier seemed to have noticed the middle-aged man's existence. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a smiling expression. Her watery eyes looked at him tenderly, almost stealing the middle-aged man's soul away. She leaned over to Rhino Thunder's ear and whispered something. Only then did Rhino Thunder raise his eyes to look at the middle-aged man. With a wave of his hand, the seductive women below immediately retreated to the side. The middle-aged man did not dare to be presumptuous at this moment. He hurriedly walked forward and knelt. "This little one Wu Jue greets master," Rhino Thunder said in a deep voice. "You were the one who said you had something to report?" "Yes. Speak. What is it that you have to see me for? If it's a small matter, be careful of your head." Wu Jue's face darkened, but he did not dare to hide it and quickly said, "Master, it's about the blood door." "The blood door." Rhino Thunder Monster King suddenly stood up. The female monsters in the palace all covered their red lips and stared at Wu Jue with their beautiful eyes. The two words blood door meant too much to the creatures of the ancient land. It was rumored that the blood door could allow the creatures of the ancient land to awaken their bloodline power and evolve into holy spirits. Even though Rhino Thunder was a peak 12th order monster, he could not suppress his desire to enter the blood door. If he could really evolve into a holy spirit, he could rewrite the situation of the ancient land for tens of thousands of years. The ancient land's 4 holy sages would become 5 holy sages. "Everyone leave!" Rhino Thunder waved his hand and shouted. Realizing the explosive news, he could not remain calm. "My lord." One of the 2 female demons who had served him earlier leaned forward with an adorable look on her face. Clearly, she wanted to stay and listen to what he was saying. Rhino Thunder turned his head and glared at her with his red eyes. The female monster's body stiffened, and she did not dare to be presumptuous. She quickly retreated and disappeared with the others. "Tell me, what's wrong with the blood door?" Rhino Thunder asked in a deep voice after everyone had disappeared. Wu Jue quickly said, "There's something wrong with the blood door." "What's wrong?" Rhino Thunder asked in surprise. Wu Jue hurriedly recounted what he had seen. After Shilei heard it, his brows furrowed tightly, and his expression was uncertain. The main reason was that the change was too obvious. His subordinates could not have faked it. He could not have been the only one who saw it. When the time came, he could just ask the monsters near the blood door, and the truth would be revealed. But what did this change mean? Since the blood door appeared, it had not changed for many years. It had just stood quietly on the mountain peak. Now it suddenly shone with a red light that shot into the sky. It was obviously abnormal. No matter what, this news was extremely important to any creature of the ancient land. Rhino Thunder paced back and forth in the hall. He looked hesitant. After a while he stopped and said, "You come with me to see the Lord. Tell him everything you saw." "As Lord." Wu Jue almost bit his tongue. There were 4 heavenly sovereigns in this ancient land, and Shilei was currently loyal to one of them. However, these 4 heavenly sovereigns were very elusive. Normally, the monsters wouldn't even see them. Even the 32 monster kings weren't easy to meet. Wu Jue never thought that he would be able to see the Lord one day. But soon he became excited. Since he was going to see the Lord, it meant that the news he brought was extremely important. He might be able to make a great contribution and have a meteoric rise in his career. He didn't expect too much. After all, his strength was there for all to see. He only hoped to be able to obtain some rewards. If he could be promoted to Demon General, that would be the best. At that time, he would be able to command some subordinates and oversee a mountain. It would be better than being all alone now, running around everywhere and trying to survive. After calming down, Wu Jue clasped his fist and said, "I will follow the master's orders. Let's go." Rhino Thunder was also a fiery character. Since he had decided to meet the Lord, he did not hesitate. He wrapped Wu Jue in a monster wind and rushed out of the hall. This news? Who else knows about it besides you? Rhino Thunder suddenly asked. Wu Jue said, I'm sure I'm not the only one who saw the blood door. But I rushed here to report it to the master. I don't know who else saw it. Shilei nodded slightly, knowing that he was right. The strange movement was so obvious that he was not the only one who had noticed it. Perhaps all the 32 demon kings had already known about it and were rushing towards the Lord, wanting to be the first one to report to the Lord and claim the credit. Wu Jue rolled his eyes and thought of something. He sighed and said, But I'm of low status. When I came here to see the master, I was stopped for a long time by 2 guys at the mountain gate. They were not allowed to enter. In the end, I had to give them all of my belongings before they let me in. After saying that, he looked at Rhino Thunder uneasily and asked, I didn't cause any trouble for the master, did I? Rhino Thunder's face darkened. He shouted, You're getting out of hand. After saying that, he suddenly threw a punch down. Crack! A thunderclap exploded, causing Wu Jue's eardrums to hurt. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down from the sky and rushed down like a dragon. After a while there was a roar, mixed with 2 screams that stopped abruptly. Wu Jue looked down and saw that the mountain gate was in a mess. There was a huge hole in the ground, and the 2 monster kings guarding the mountain gate were long gone. Chapter 2562. One day later, Yang Kai walked out of the cave. The wound on his shoulder had healed, and he had changed into a new set of clothes to avoid unnecessary trouble from the smell of blood. Zhang Ruoxi, who was guarding the entrance of the cave, heard the noise and quickly got up. She was relieved when she saw Yang Kai's ruddy complexion. Although she knew that Yang Kai's injury was not serious, she was still worried. The 2 looked at each other and Yang Kai nodded. Zhang Ruoxi said, Sir, I found something strange. What's wrong? Yang Kai asked curiously. Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly explained the situation of her cultivation before looking at Yang Kai, hoping that he would be able to explain a thing or two. Yang Kai didn't know what the problem was, but he couldn't show his ignorance in front of Zhang Ruoxi. He could only pretend to ponder for a moment and say, There's nothing wrong with being careful. Don't cultivate in this ancient land for the time being. If you need to restore your strength, use source crystals and spirit pills as much as possible. If you can't, enter the small sealed world. Zhang Ruoxi naturally obeyed without the slightest hesitation. She hesitated for a moment and asked, What about Sir? Yang Kai smiled and said, I'm fine. The wild force here can't do anything to me. Zhang Ruoxi was surprised. She looked at Yang Kai with a look of worship, stars almost appearing in her beautiful eyes as she thought to herself, Sir is truly amazing. I heard that even the great emperor would be affected by the wild force here. But Sir is completely fine here. Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, Let's go. As soon as he said this, his face suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He shouted, Who's sneaking around? Zhang Ruoxi was also startled. She had been guarding here all this time, and didn't find any traces of approaching creatures. She didn't expect Sir to do this as soon as he appeared. However, it was impossible for Sir to speak without thinking. In other words, there really was someone here. She looked around and followed Yang Kai's gaze to a big tree. There was nothing unusual there. It was unbelievably quiet. Even when she scanned it with her divine sense, she didn't find anything wrong. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, Hiding your head but showing your tail. Do you want this young master to invite you out? As soon as he said this, a pitter-patter sound came from the top of the big tree. Then a head poked out of the dense tree, and a pair of bright eyes looked at Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi. He grinned from ear to ear. Zhang Ruoxi's face darkened. For someone to suddenly smile at him like that in this damned place, it gave him a feeling that it was too abrupt. Yang Kai called out in surprise, his eyes carefully examining this person's face. This person's hair was disheveled, as if it had not been washed for countless years. It was as if black snakes were covering the top of his head. This person's face was also pitch black, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Only his eyes were incomparably bright, and his teeth were also spotlessly white. Although he couldn't see her face, Yang Kai could tell at a glance that this person was a woman. Which woman didn't like to be beautiful? But this woman looked even more disheveled than the great emperors of the secular world that Yang Kai saw in Maplewood City. Yang Kai didn't know what she had encountered in this ancient wild lands. Not only that, Yang Kai instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this person's mind. Because at this moment, she was hanging upside down from the tree trunk. Although her eyes were bright, they gave off a chaotic feeling. But what Yang Kai was more concerned about was her concealment secret art. If she hadn't suddenly made a noise in the tree, Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed her hiding here. Who is this? Yang Kai scanned her with his divine sense, and felt the weak energy fluctuations in her body. He was shocked. This person was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the woman suddenly laughed and said, "Come and catch me." As she spoke, her body suddenly fell from the tree trunk like a willow catkin. Before she landed on the ground, she twisted her waist and shot into the jungle, disappearing in an instant, leaving behind a string of bell-like laughter. "Come and catch me. Come and catch me. Catch your mother." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was more and more certain that there was something wrong with this woman's mind. Otherwise, how could a dignified second-order Emperor Realm Master act like this? Not only was she dressed sloppily, but her words were also inexplicable. Yang Kai didn't know what to say when he encountered such a crazy woman in the ancient wild lands. How could he be in the mood to play hide-and-seek with her? "Sir, her clothes." Zhang Rua, she seemed to have noticed something. She covered her red lips with her hand and stared in shock in the direction the crazy woman disappeared. "What's wrong with her clothes?" Yang Kai frowned. When the crazy woman had fallen from the tree trunk earlier, Yang Kai had also taken a quick glance at her. Just like her appearance, her clothes were tattered, and the slightest movement would reveal her naked body. He couldn't tell what color they were originally, but they were now gray, as if they hadn't been washed for many years. "Sir, don't you think they look familiar?" Zhang Rua, she asked instead of answering. Yang Kai was stunned. After her reminder, he suddenly became confused. "Those are the clothes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples." Zhang Rua, she said anxiously. "Are you sure?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. "Zhang Rua," she said, "when I was in Ice Moon City in the Northern Territory, I saw many Ice Heart Valley disciples. They were wearing the same clothes as the woman just now. Although they were tattered, the ice flower symbol on their chests couldn't be faked." Why would an Ice Heart Valley disciple come here? Yang Kai was shocked. Ice Heart Valley was in the Northern Territory, while this was the Eastern Territory. The two territories were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, so it was impossible for ordinary people to come here. However, when he thought about how the ancient wild lands was a treasure trove coveted by all the masters of the Star Boundary, it made sense. He was also a disciple of the Southern Territory, yet he could come here. What was so strange about someone from the Northern Territory coming here? This was a place where all the masters of the four territories gathered, a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. But there was one thing he didn't quite understand. Since ancestral founder Bing Yun, Ice Heart Valley didn't have many masters, and there were even fewer in the Emperor Realm. How could a second-order Emperor Realm disciple fall here and have a mental problem? Thinking about it, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered something. When Bing Yin returned to Ice Heart Valley from the solitary void-sealed world, the acting Valley Master, and Rua Yin, had reported something to her. After Bing Yin disappeared, her third disciple went out to look for her, but they couldn't find any clues. In the end, even her third disciple disappeared. It had been 3,000 years since then, and no one knew whether she was alive or dead. When Rua Yin reported this matter, Yang Kai was next to her. At that time, he also sighed, thinking that his third disciple had most likely met with misfortune. After all, the Star Boundary was a dangerous place. If his third disciple was still alive, it was impossible for there to be no news of her for 3,000 years. However, this was someone else's family matter, so Yang Kai didn't take it to heart. Now that Zhang Ruashi mentioned it, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the crazy woman might be Bing Yun's third disciple. Her second-order Emperor realm cultivation made sense because Bing Yun's first disciple, Ruo Yin, and second disciple Sun Yun Xiu, were also at this level, so his third disciple shouldn't be too far behind. Realizing this possibility, Yang Kai hurriedly looked in the direction the crazy woman disappeared, but there was no trace of her. Who knew where she had run off to? It was easy to explain why his third disciple would appear in this kind of place. She left Ice Heart Valley to search for Bing Yun. With the reputation of the ancient wild lands, she naturally wouldn't miss it. She must have been hoping to find Bing Yun here. As for why she had a mental problem, Yang Kai didn't know, but he could imagine that this woman must have suffered a lot. Otherwise, how could a second-order Emperor Realm Master be so crazy and disregard her image? Of course, this was just Yang Kai's guess. Whether that crazy woman was Bing Yun's third disciple or not remained to be verified. Perhaps that crazy woman killed his third disciple and stole her clothes. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but since he saw it, and it was related to Ice Heart Valley and Bing Yun, Yang Kai couldn't just ignore it. Sir, Old Ban said that an Emperor Realm Master had been lost in the ancient land's passageway for 10 years, and that she was a woman. Do you think it's her? Zhang Ruoxi suddenly asked. Yang Kai didn't think of this place, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. Perhaps it was because she had been lost in the ancient land's passageway for too long that she became crazy. Old Ban said that the woman was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, but Old Ban was only in the first-order Dao Source realm. How could he know if his third disciple was a first-order or second-order Emperor Realm Master? Let's go and see. Yang Kai waved his hand, and his Emperor Qi wrapped around Zhang Ruoxi and rushed in the direction that the crazy woman disappeared. But there was no trace of her. Yang Kai released his divine sense, but he couldn't detect the woman's aura. Instead, he found many monster beast traces. The crazy woman seemed to have disappeared into thin air, just like she had suddenly appeared. Where did she go? Yang Kai was annoyed. If he had known that the crazy woman was related to Ice Heart Valley's third disciple, he would have stopped her long ago. How could he have let her escape? Now it would be difficult to find her again. After chasing her for half a day without any results, Yang Kai had no choice but to stop. It was unwise to run around in the ancient wild lands, as he might attract some powerful ancient wild beasts. Since he couldn't find her, Yang Kai could only give up for now. He planned to wait until he was done here, before going to the Northern Territory, to convey the crazy woman's information to Bing Yun. Presumably, Bing Yun would make arrangements. After taking out the jade slip and checking it, Yang Kai found that he had traveled quite a distance into the ancient wild lands after half a day of chasing. Further ahead, there was a large gathering place of monster beast, and there seemed to be a 12th-order monster beast there. Yang Kai didn't want to cause trouble. His main purpose was to find Xiao Xiao, so naturally, he wanted to avoid any risks as much as possible. He put away the jade slip and was about to take a detour when a rustling sound came from a big tree not far away. Then, a dark face poked out of the leaves and grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. She waved at Yang Kai and said, "Come and catch me. Come and catch me quickly." This crazy woman. Yang Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. He couldn't find her all this time because she had been hiding nearby and playing with him. Chapter 2563. Faced with this kind of person, Kai Yang really didn't have much of a temper. If she was sane, he could sit down and chat with her, and ask her about her origins and background. Unfortunately, she had a crazy appearance, so even if he wanted to chat with her, she would have to give him a chance. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't dare to act rashly and alert her. This crazy woman came and went without a trace, and her concealment secret art was very strange. If he really scared her away, it would not be easy to find her again. Calming his mind, Yang Kai squeezed out a smile on his face, trying to put on a harmless look, and waved to the front. "You come here." The crazy woman was not moved at all, just smiling mischievously and saying, "Come and catch me." She seemed to only know this one sentence back and forth, and she seemed to be enjoying it. Yang Kai tried to call her a few times, but to no avail. So he felt helpless in his heart. Sir, take something to tempt her and see if she will come over, Zhang Ruo, she suddenly suggested. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt that it was a good idea. He buried his head in his space ring for a while, and soon found a red fruit. He now had a lot of alchemy materials, most of which he obtained from killing people, and some of which he found in the ancient medicine garden last time. This jade sand fruit was an emperor-grade alchemy material, so its appearance was naturally extraordinary. What's more, its medicinal age was quite good, and as soon as he took it out, it exuded a strong fragrance. Yang Kai flipped his hand and spread the jade sand fruit on his palm, saying to the front, "Here's something for you to eat. Come here, don't be afraid." He was acting like a bad uncle who wanted to abduct a little girl, and in his heart, he was disgusted with himself. However, he still had to act as if nothing was wrong. The crazy woman, hanging upside down on the tree, was really interested in this fruit. Her pair of big bright eyes instantly fixed on the fruit, making no attempt to hide the desire in her eyes, even smacking her lips a few times, looking like she was very hungry. However, perhaps it was her nature, but she was still very vigilant. Despite the desire on her face, she didn't rush over to snatch the fruit as Yang Kai wanted. Walala. The leaves rustled, and the crazy woman suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned. He quickly released his divine sense, in an attempt to lock onto her whereabouts. This time, she was about to escape. In this vast ancient lands, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He really did not know where to find her. Walala, another sound came from the other side. Yang Kai turned his head, and saw that the crazy woman had reappeared on the branch of another tree. She stood there quietly with one hand on the trunk. Quick! So fast! Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He finally had a taste of this woman's speed. He didn't even have time to lock onto the other party's whereabouts before she reappeared like a ghost. However, this time, the distance between them seemed to be much closer than before. Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the fruit in his hand must have piqued her interest. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said in a gentle tone, pushing the fruit in his hand forward, "Do you want it? If you don't want it, I'll eat it." While talking, he took the fruit back and slowly moved it to his mouth. Seeing this, the crazy woman became anxious. She looked like she couldn't wait to rush over and snatch the fruit, but for some unknown reason, she walked back and forth on the trunk, refusing to come down. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in anger and steeled his heart, directly opening his mouth to bite the jade sand fruit. With one bite, his mouth was full of saliva. After all, this was an emperor-grade spirit fruit. The world energy contained in it was naturally extremely astonishing. Moreover, the taste was very good. The alluring fruit fragrance became even more intense. Munch munch. Yang Kai ate with great relish. As he ate, he made some strange sounds which made the crazy woman's heart itch. She looked at the jade sand fruit again, and a trace of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. As if she had made up her mind, she turned around and turned into a white light shooting towards Yang Kai as fast as lightning. Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. How could he miss it? He threw the spirit fruit in his hand towards her head, and at the same time stretched out his arm like a dragon, grabbing towards a certain spot in the void. A figure flashed, and the crazy woman suddenly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai, her pair of bright eyes staring fixedly at the jade sand fruit thrown by Yang Kai, as if nothing in this world could attract her attention. The spirit fruit flew over, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would definitely hit her forehead. Although Yang Kai didn't intend to kill her, he didn't just throw it casually. Instead, he poured some emperor chi into it, intending to interfere with this crazy woman, so that his next move would be more convenient. Who would have thought that this crazy woman would lean back at the critical moment, narrowly avoiding the attack of the spirit fruit? Then, she opened her mouth and directly bit the spirit fruit. Her eyebrows instantly curved into a crescent moon shape, and she looked like she couldn't contain her joy. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had flashed to her side and grabbed her arm. The crazy woman was shocked and hurriedly turned her head to look at Yang Kai, an indescribable chill flashing across her beautiful eyes. Her body twisted as if she had no bones. instantly changing positions and standing face to face with Yang Kai. She raised her hand and slammed her other palm towards Yang Kai. Before her attack even arrived, an extremely cold aura spread out, as if it wanted to freeze the world. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, and couldn't help shivering as he shouted, "Ice Principles!" If he had only guessed that this crazy woman was related to Ice Heart Valley's third sister, who had been missing for many years, now he was almost certain. All the disciples of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts. Yang Kai's face became serious, and he didn't dare to neglect, sending out a palm of his own, space principles pulsing from it. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a loud noise rang out as both of their bodies shook violently, like two small boats tossing about in a storm. The two different principles collided with each other, and were actually evenly matched. After all, the crazy woman's cultivation was a minor realm higher than Yang Kai's, and she had attacked in anger, while Yang Kai had reacted hastily. Being able to fight to a draw with her was already the limit of what Yang Kai could do. If it had been any other First-Order Emperor Realm Master, they would have suffered a great loss. Before the two's principles could be decided, the crazy woman suddenly twisted her arm, and the hand Yang Kai grabbed suddenly became soft and flexible like a snake, slipping out of Yang Kai's grasp. Kai Yang was shocked, but by the time he reached out to grab her, it was already too late. After being scared by Kai Yang, the crazy woman had already retreated, and in the blink of an eye, she had pulled away from Kai Yang. Asterisk Hu Chi Chi. Asterisk it wasn't until this moment that the two's principal confrontation came to an end. Yang Kai stood in place with a bitter smile on his face, not daring to act rashly for fear of scaring the other party. More than 20 meters away, the crazy woman stood in place angrily, her eyes full of resentment, as if Yang Kai had abandoned her, making Yang Kai feel very embarrassed. Deceiving someone with mental problems, and a woman at that, was really not something to be proud of. Reaching out and grabbing the spirit fruit in her mouth, the crazy woman took a bite, completely ignoring the fact that it had been bitten by Yang Kai. Eating happily, her face was filled with joy. Her nose was not a nose, her eyes were not an eye. Yang Kai sighed slightly. In any case, she was Bing Yun's third disciple, and a second-order Emperor Realm Master. But now she was acting like this. A single spirit fruit made her look like she had received the greatest happiness. If the people from Ice Heart Valley saw this, they would be heartbroken. He quietly winked at Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi understood and quickly took out a fruit from her space ring, asking softly, "Do you want more? I have some here too. If you want it, I can give it to you." The crazy woman raised her eyes and glanced at the fruit. Her beautiful face paled, and she waved her hand repeatedly. After being teased by Yang Kai, it was as if she had been bitten once by a snake. She would be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Not only that, she turned around and ran in a panic. Yang Kai immediately became anxious, annoyed that he had acted too hastily just now. He hadn't figured out the other party's abilities and had alerted her. In fact, before he made his move, he was very confident. After all, with his current strength, he thought that it would be easy to take down a second-order Emperor Realm Master. But he didn't expect his third sister's reaction and adaptability to be beyond his imagination. But thinking about it carefully, she had been wandering outside for so long, and even survived in the ancient wildlands for so long. If she didn't have some ability, she would have become a pile of bones long ago. Her current strength was probably greater than his eldest senior sister and second senior sister. Although Ruo Yin and Sun Yun Xiu were also second-order Emperor Realm Masters, they hadn't experienced as much danger as her. Danger and tribulations were always stepping stones for a person's growth. Seeing the crazy woman turn around and run, Yang Kai no longer dared to hesitate and shouted, "Third sister, Senior Bing Yin is waiting for you to go back. Where do you think you're going?" He didn't know the name of Bing Yun's third disciple, nor had he inquired about it before, so he could only shout out casually. He even mentioned Bing Yun's name, but he didn't know if it would work. If this crazy woman was really Bing Yun's third disciple, even if her mind was in a mess, she wouldn't be indifferent. To Yang Kai's surprise, the crazy woman froze in place after hearing his shout. Her tender body trembled slightly, and her dark face slowly turned around. She even forgot to swallow the spirit fruit in her mouth. When their eyes met, Yang Kai found that her eyes were full of confusion. Obviously, Bing Yun's name had evoked some memories in her, but her current situation couldn't make those memories clear. Under the confusion of her thoughts, a look of struggle and pain appeared on her face. She must be third sister. Yang Kai was certain in his heart and said softly, "Third sister, senior Bing Yun has returned. Your eldest senior sister, second senior sister, and several junior sisters are waiting for you. Don't run around, I'll take you home." While speaking, he stretched out his hand towards her. The struggle on third sister's face became more and more serious. Her pair of bright and beautiful eyes trembled violently. 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks as she murmured, "Honored master, honored master." Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. Third sister was obviously recalling something. Chapter 2564. Just as Yang Kai was about to strike while the iron was hot, his third sister suddenly grabbed her hair and cried out in grief, "Honored master, where are you? Disciple can't find you." Strands of hair that were stuck together were grabbed by her and fell to the ground. The bleak scene and the sorrowful and self-reproachful tone made those who heard it feel sad and shed tears. Zhang Ruoxi's eyes reddened as she glanced at Yang Kai. "If one day Sir suddenly disappears, I will definitely look for him. Even if it's 3,000 years, or even 30,000 years, the passage of time won't stop me." "Honored master," third sister suddenly shouted again as her body shot up into the sky like a cannonball and shot towards the depths of the ancient lands. Chase! Yang Kai was both angry and helpless. He was angry because he had clearly told his third sister the truth, but she had simply ignored him and instead caused her to become mentally confused. He was also helpless because with his third sister's current situation, he really couldn't reason with her. The only thing he could do now was to find an opportunity to knock out his third sister, even if she had to suffer some injuries. Wrapping himself around Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his space force and teleport several times, but he still lost sight of his third sister after an incense stick worth of time. If his third sister hadn't taken the initiative to appear again, he definitely wouldn't have found her. But this time, his third sister had been stimulated, so it was unlikely that she would take the initiative to appear again. Yang Kai looked around with a face full of annoyance. He had thoroughly experienced his third sister's ability to come and go as she pleased in this damned place. He couldn't help but admire her. Hong long long. A series of noises came from afar. It seemed that many people were approaching. Obviously, the commotion caused by Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi chasing after their third sister had attracted some attention. Yang Kai frowned and looked in the direction of the sound, puzzled. He didn't know how so many people could suddenly appear in the ancient lands. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, he found the aura of a master from the Emperor realm. And this aura didn't seem to belong to a human. Monster race. Yang Kai immediately had a guess. Not long after, several figures suddenly rushed out from the side of the forest. These figures all looked ferocious, and looked like they were not to be trifled with. Moreover, the demonic chi on their bodies was rolling and converging in one place, making it seem like their demonic chi was soaring and unstoppable. It was indeed a demon. The leader of the demon clan had a burly figure, and held a bone spear in his hand. It was frighteningly white, and it was unknown what kind of monster beast's bone it was made from. It was more than 5 feet long, and as thick as a human leg. He held it in his hand, but he was casually swinging it around. He was wearing a simple animal skin. His firm and muscular muscles were exposed. Filled with the beauty of strength, he sat on a steel-backed bristled boar. Its fangs were 2 feet long and curled upwards. Its nostrils exhaled hot air, and its 4 hooves dug into the ground restlessly. Its 2 scarlet eyes emitted a terrifying light. The demonic beast and the demonic beast looked majestic, as if they were gods descending to the mortal world. This was clearly a demon general. Beside this demon general, there were about 30 to 40 demon clan members of varying levels of strength. They spread out with him as the center. They stood there in a disorderly manner. Dozens of pairs of eyes instantly locked onto Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, sizing them up. Most of them were looking at Zhang Ruoxi. After all, Zhang Ruoxi's appearance was a feast for the eyes. Her slim figure always attracted the attention of males, whether they were humans or demons. The scantily dressed female demons were immediately unhappy. Their eyes were full of hostility as they glared at Zhang Ruoxi. They gritted their teeth and cursed under their breath. Occasionally, one or two could be heard. On the other hand, Zhang Ruoxi curiously looked at this group of people who had suddenly appeared. She had never seen a demon clan member before. She had seen many monster beasts, but a demon clan member in human form was not so easy to see. Seeing that these guys were no different from ordinary people on the surface, she could not help but take a few more glances. However, she was not afraid. After all, Yang Kai was by her side, and she was full of confidence in Yang Kai. Humans, your courage is not small. How dare you trespass on this master's territory? The burly demon general sat on the steel-backed bristled boar and pointed the bone spear in his hand at them. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He did not know how to answer. He knew that there were many demon clans living in the ancient wild lands. The demon clan was different from the monster beast. Most monster beasts did not have sentience. They only knew how to instinctively absorb world energy to cultivate. Although they had a long lifespan, it was difficult for them to improve their strength, let alone take human form. The demon clan was different. Although they were born from the monster beast, they had gained sentience and knew how to cultivate more effectively. They even had some special demon clan cultivation techniques. In the entire ancient wild lands, the demon clan was the most powerful force. In addition to the demon clan, there were many savage descendants. These savage descendants included countless races that were almost extinct. Although they were few in number, they were extremely powerful. Because these savage descendants had the savage bloodline, they were able to display some unimaginable abilities. Yang Kai was not clear about the division of forces in the ancient wild lands. The only information he had was recorded in the jade slip that Pai San gave him for free. The information in that jade slip was not comprehensive and only contained some information about the ancient wild lands periphery. At this moment, seeing this group of demon clans appear, Yang Kai immediately knew that in order to find Ice Heart Valley's third sister, he had inadvertently intruded into this demon general's territory. Kill, kill, kill! The group of demon clans suddenly shouted. If someone who did not know the situation saw this, they would probably think that this group of demon clans were bandits blocking the road. It was truly laughable. This master asks you. The demon general reined in his mount and turned in a circle. The bone spear in his hand was still pointed at Yang Kai as he asked bluntly, "Have you seen a crazy woman? Third sister?" Yang Kai did not want to waste time with this group of demon clans, but after hearing his question, it was obvious that he had seen Ice Heart Valley's third sister. Yang Kai immediately shouted, "Have you seen her?" The demon general was furious. He urged his demonic chi and coldly snorted, "This master is asking you a question. If you don't want to suffer, answer obediently. Otherwise, this master will teach you a lesson." Unable to talk, Yang Kai decided to attack first. He grinned and said, "Then I'll have to see for myself." The demon general sneered, "Since you are courting death, don't blame this master for not showing mercy." Sitting on his mount, he waved his hand and ordered, "Kill the men and capture the women." With this order, the 30 to 40 demon clans roared and moved like the wind. In an instant, the demonic chi rolled, and the flying leaves filled the air. Using the flying leaves as cover, the group of demon clans rushed over desperately. What the hell are they doing? Yang Kai was stunned. He knew that the demon clans were simple-minded, but he did not expect them to be this simple. They did not even consider whether they were a match for Yang Kai. Were they not afraid of being wiped out in one fell swoop? It was really rare for these demon clans to survive in the ancient lands for so long. However, this was also because Yang Kai's strength had increased, and so had his vision. In any case, this group of demon clans had a demon general leading them, and they had quite a number of subordinates. Furthermore, there was the suppression of human cultivators in this place. Even if they encountered a second-order Emperor Realm Master, they could still attack together without fear. Over the years, many people from the Emperor Realm had died at their hands. If they did not have some skills, how could they survive in the ancient lands for so long? There was no such thing as peace in this place. Those who did not have skills would have died long ago. The group of demon clans rushed over, using all kinds of methods. Many demon clans revealed their true forms midway. For a moment, all kinds of strange monster beasts roamed around, bombarding Yongkai with demon clan's secret techniques, causing the world to change color. The demon general sat at the back and did not move. He just watched coldly. A giant python spat out poisonous fog towards Yongkai, filling the space around him in an instant, making it impossible for Yongkai to see what was happening in front of him. Suddenly, a figure tore through the poisonous fog and pounced forward, its fangs gleaming with a cold light. It was a wolf-shaped monster beast that was using the poisonous fog as cover to launch a sneak attack. Zheng. With a soft cry, a cold light flashed. Yongkai stood in place and did not seem to move, but at some point, he had summoned the myriad sword in his hand. The giant wolf brushed past his body. Its scarlet eyes flashed wildly, as if it had seen an extremely terrifying scene. When it landed on the ground, its body rushed forward uncontrollably. With a puff, a large amount of blood spurted out from its neck. Its head was separated from its body, and it fell to the ground, twitching. This demon clans only had a Dao Source Realm cultivation. Even if it used the poisonous fog as cover to launch a sneak attack, how could it be Yongkai's opponent? It was killed in one blow. *Xio. 7 or 8 demon clans transformed into their true forms and rushed out of the poisonous fog, pouncing on Yongkai from all directions. Yongkai's sword swung like a dragon, flashing a cold light. With a few muffled sounds, all the demonic beasts that were pouncing towards him were sent flying. Their bodies were split into two in midair. Fresh blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground as miserable howls rose and fell one after another. The demon clans fell silent for a moment. They stopped in their tracks, and all of them widened their eyes in shock. They did not expect Yongkai to be so powerful. Drip, drip, drip. Only the sound of blood dripping from the myriad sword could be heard, but it was like the sound of death, making the group of demon clans tremble in fear. At this time, they could naturally see that Yongkai was different from the humans they had encountered before. It seemed he was not to be trifled with. "Brat, how dare you slaughter my people? Quickly accept your death." The demon general was originally sitting at the rear, his eyes constantly wandering over Zhang Ruoxi's graceful figure, revealing a lustful light. In the blink of an eye, he found that almost 10 of his people had died. Furious, he spurred his mount and rushed towards Yongkai with his spear. It was unknown what kind of strange beast the steel-backed bristled boar was, but its speed was extremely fast. Its 4 hooves flew, and it actually arrived in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the trees that were hugged by several people were knocked down by it. It was clear how shocking its strength was. Seeing that he had made a move, the other demon clans naturally avoided him and turned to find trouble with Zhang Ruoxi. Yongkai coldly snorted and wiped his finger on the myriad sword. With a solemn expression he whispered, "Myriad sword chi, moon swallows the wolf." *Chi. As the broadsword danced, thousands of sword rays shot out in all directions like a fan that had been scattered. Chapter 2565. Everyone was thrown off their feet as miserable cries filled the air. 20 to 30 monster race cultivators rushed over, but before they could even get close, they were already at a loss as to what to do. Many of the monster race cultivators were struck by dozens, or even hundreds of sword chi, their bodies like broken sieves as blood gushed out. After one strike, Yongkai suddenly disappeared. *Schwa. His figure flickered as he arrived in front of the monster general charging at him, and slashed down with his sword. The demon general had never seen such a ferocious person before. Originally, when he saw his subordinates fall like straws, he realized that something was wrong. This human seemed to be different from those he had encountered before. Wasn't this too fierce? Now that he was suddenly attacked, he was both shocked and angry. However, his reaction was quick. Flicking the bone spear in his hand, he sent out a series of spear phantoms towards Yang Kai, sending out a series of spear phantoms as monster chi surged, and a series of hissing sounds rang out incessantly. Yang Kai swung his sword again and again. With the support of his Emperor Qi, the myriad sword was incredibly sharp, and actually cut the bone spear in half. In the blink of an eye, only half of the bone spear remained in the monster general's hand. Ah! The monster general turned pale with fright. At this time, how could he not know that he had encountered a ghost? In the past, he had encountered many human cultivators, but none of them could kill him like Yang Kai. Even if it was a cultivator with a higher cultivation than him, their strength would be greatly suppressed in this savage, desolate, ancient place. Combined with his dozens of subordinates, he had always been invincible. He had killed many people and robbed many human cultivators of their belongings, making him a windfall. This time he had kicked an iron plate, and not only did his feet hurt, if he did not deal with this properly, he might even lose his life. Seeing Yang Kai's sword coming down again, the monster general roared in horror, and raised his arms to the sky, raising the remaining half of his bone spear, and pouring his monster chi into it to block. Hong. An enormous force was transmitted from above. The bone spear that had accompanied him in battle, for who knew how many years, was directly cut in two. That sharp sword ray was almost touching his face as it slid all the way down, cutting through his chest and abdomen. The steelback bristled pig also bent its limbs. He was half kneeling on the ground, which showed how powerful the attack was. But under the pain, the steelback bristled boar's eyes suddenly turned red. The steel needle-like barbs on its body began to dance in unison, before shooting out in all directions. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect that this mount wasn't just awe-inspiring when riding, but also had some combat power. Yang Kai didn't take the attack head-on. He floated back and waved his broadsword, knocking away some of the steel needles that were attacking him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the steelback bristled boar suddenly jumped back. He took the demon general to distance himself from Yang Kai. Still in a state of shock, the demon general reached out to wipe his body. After a while he laughed heartily. "He's not dead. Haha, I'm not dead." At that moment, he thought he was dead for sure. He didn't expect that he was actually unscathed, which made him feel a sense of relief. But after this battle, how could he dare to continue fighting with Yang Kai? Knowing that he wasn't a match for him, he urged his mount to turn around. He turned around and ran. Now that his life was more important, he didn't dare to continue fighting with Yang Kai. He didn't even care about the lives of his subordinates. But before he could run a few steps, a figure flashed in front of him. Yang Kai had already blocked his path. His black hair fluttering, his eyes cold, Yang Kai said expressionlessly, "You're not dead because you're still useful to me. Why do you think you can escape?" After saying this, he slashed forward with his sword. The charging steel-backed bristled boar couldn't dodge in time, and crashed into the sword ray, accompanied by a mournful roar. Its huge body was neatly divided into two halves. Blood and intestines flowed all over the ground, and the two halves of its body continued to charge forward under the force of inertia. The demon general sitting on its back was also sent flying, crashing into more than a dozen large trees in succession, before rolling under a tree root in a sorry state, unable to get up for a long time. Zheng. A cold light flashed as a broadsword was pressed against the demon general's brow. The demon general was startled, and his eyes became cross-eyed. Gradually, he saw Yang Kai standing in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly. Cold sweat instantly oozed out of his forehead. The demon general knew that Yang Kai wasn't lying. He didn't die because he was spared, not because of his strength. If this human in front of him really wanted to take his life, it would be a piece of cake. Gudong. The sound of him swallowing his saliva could be heard. The demon general's face paled as he squeezed out a forced smile. Without any demeanor of a demon, he opened his mouth and begged for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. Please spare my life." It wasn't Yang Kai's first time dealing with the monster race. When he was in Tongxian Realm's Nine Heavens Holy Land, He had lived with many monster race people. He knew that these guys were no different from humans. There were many who were afraid of death. Although the one in front of him had a cultivation comparable to the Emperor realm, he was undoubtedly a coward. Do you want to live or die? Yang Kai asked coldly, the myriad sword in his hand moving forward. A trace of blood immediately oozed out of the demon general's forehead, causing him to tremble in fear and hurriedly say, Live, I want to live. If you want to live, answer my questions obediently. If you dare lie, I'll immediately take your dog life. Master, ask away. The demon general didn't dare to move, otherwise, he would definitely nod his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yang Kai's face sank as he asked, I heard you mention a crazy woman earlier. Could it be that you've seen her? When the demon general heard this, he immediately understood that some of the trouble he had encountered this time came from his mouth. This human powerhouse was undoubtedly related to that crazy woman. He swallowed his saliva and carefully asked, Sir, may I ask if that woman is your? Yang Kai glared and snorted coldly. I'm the one asking you a question. You only need to answer honestly. Yes. The demon general felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly said, I've seen her. Not only have I seen her, but I've dealt with her more than once. What happened? Tell me in detail. The demon general's expression suddenly turned bitter and he cried, Master, please judge clearly. That crazy woman cough. Unable to understand the relationship between Yang Kai and that crazy woman, the demon general was afraid that Yang Kai would kill him in anger. He observed Yang Kai's expression and found that Yang Kai wasn't angry, so he continued, That woman has caused us a lot of trouble. She stole the heavenly spirit replenishing spirit fruit that I grew on the mountain once a month, a total of 5 fruits. In less than half a year, she stole them all. Even the fruit trees were uprooted by her. Those were the spirit fruits that I prepared for my breakthrough. I've been growing them for 1,000 years, and when they were about to blossom and bear fruit, I didn't even get to taste anything fresh. Old Ox next door had more than a dozen turtle snake grass, but she also uprooted them all. Who's Old Ox? Yang Kai furrowed his brows. The demon general hurriedly said, Niu Quan. He's the same as me, a demon general under the Flying Eagle Monster King. He lives next door to me. Continue. Yang Kai poked him with his sword, and didn't continue to dwell on this matter. The demon general in front of him continuously shrank back. He wanted to escape, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Heiya's 10 square fruit, 2 Rue's golden rainbow spring, Zhui Feng's emperor-level pomegranate. All of them were ruined by her. I can name more than a dozen, but I don't know how many I can't name. She ran around this area randomly, and almost all of our brother's treasures were visited by her. The Flying Eagle Monster King was furious, saying that we were useless, that we couldn't even take down a crazy woman. He ordered us to capture her within half a year, so as to prevent him from losing face in front of the other monster kings. Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Kai naturally didn't recognize Heiya, Tu Rue, Zhui Feng, and so on, but he guessed that they were of the same status as this demon general in front of him. However, he was familiar with the 10 square fruit and emperor-level pomegranate. These were all top-grade spirit medicines. Listening to the demon general in front of him, it seemed that his third sister had ruined many of the precious treasures guarded by these demon generals. No wonder she was a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master, even though she wasn't in her right mind. There were countless dangers in the ancient lands, but there was no lack of opportunities. His third sister had ruined so many treasures, so her cultivation must have improved. After hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel angry and amused. Why did it feel like the ancient lands had become his third sister's back garden? She could go wherever she wanted, take whatever she wanted, and the demon generals couldn't do anything about it. When did this happen? Yang Kai asked again. It has been like this for the past 50 years. The demon general replied with a look of shame. A crazy woman had been jumping around in the ancient lands for 50 years, and the monster race couldn't do anything to her. It was really shameful. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. You brought these subordinates just to find that crazy woman? The demon general said, Yes. I heard from my subordinates that they found traces of her in this area. So this lowly one rushed over without stopping. And now, I've run into you. Squeezing out a smile, the demon general asked cautiously, Master, what is your relationship with that woman? None of your business. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The demon general shrunk his neck, but he could see that Yang Kai and that crazy woman had some kind of relationship. They were definitely not enemies, otherwise, why would he show such a worried look? Rolling his eyes, the demon general said, That woman's figure is strange and unpredictable. Although we have been searching for her, no one has ever succeeded. Every time she escapes. Master, what are you doing? Just as he was speaking, he suddenly saw Yang Kai's eyes turn cold, and the sword in his hand seemed to be showing signs of stabbing into his body. The demon general was scared out of his wits. Knowing that his life was hanging by a thread, he hurriedly begged, Master, please spare my life. This lowly one will definitely serve the master. What use do I have for a group of monsters like you? Yang Kai coldly snorted, but his hands didn't stop moving. He only wanted to find out about his third sister. And now that he had found out, there was no need to keep this demon general alive. Sensing his killing intent, the demon general's forehead was covered in sweat. His mind flashed and he hurriedly said, This lowly one can help Master find that woman's trace. This lowly one has been following her for 50 years, so I have some understanding of her. Please give me a chance, Master. Chapter 2566. He really had no other choice. He didn't know if saying this would work, but this was still a life-saving straw, so he had to grab it first. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai really stopped what he was doing. The demon general immediately knew that he had made the right bet and said, Master, rest assured. As long as Master spares my life, this one will not disappoint Master. Besides, this one has some subordinates, so if we send them out to search, they will be of some help. This makes sense. Yang Kai didn't expect to meet Ice Heart Valley's third sister in the ancient wild lands, but since he had already encountered her, he couldn't just leave her be. However, Ice Heart Valley's third sister was very strange, and her concealment secret art was very powerful. If he and Zhang Ruoxi were to search for her, they might not be able to. If he could get the help of this demon general, they could save some time. After all, the other party had a lot of people. In order to calm Yang Kai down, or rather, to save his life, the demon general gritted his teeth and proposed, If Master thinks it is possible, this one is willing to offer his soul seal and follow Master wherever he goes. Offering his soul seal would make him a soul slave. Life and death were only in Yang Kai's hands. Previously, in order to control Hua Qingxi, Yang Kai had done this. However, Hua Qingxi was forced into a corner, so this demon general took the initiative to propose this. However, this demon general didn't care about such things. In order to save his life, he didn't care about such things, but who knew if he would regret it in the future? Give it to me. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to him. You really want it? The demon general's mouth twitched as he looked at Yang Kai's cold eyes. But he didn't dare to resist, so he obediently closed his eyes and activated his secret technique. A moment later, a golden light flew out from his forehead and was caught by Yang Kai. The demon general snorted, his face turning pale. After sealing the soul seal in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai put away his myriad sword and said lightly, Get up. The demon general felt bitter in his heart. However, he knew that he had at least managed to keep his life. He quickly got up and patted the dust off his body. He looked at his mount that had been cut in half not far away and sighed faintly. Master, tell that girl to stop. This lowly one is worried that something might happen to her. The demon general pointed to Zhang Ruoxi, she who was still fighting with the monster race crowd. Yang Kai nodded and whispered in Zhang Ruoxi's ear. The demon general also shouted at the same time. All of you stop. It was obvious that he had quite a bit of prestige in front of these monster race masters. With this order, the monster race masters retreated one after another, putting some distance between them and Zhang Ruoxi. 2 corpses were left on the ground. Although they had been fighting in full swing, not many people had actually died. The main reason was that Zhang Ruoxi couldn't go all out against so many enemies. After all, she was only in the third order Dao Source realm. However, in such a short time, she had already killed 2 monster race masters without suffering any injuries. This was enough to make the monster race masters tremble in fear. Fortunately, the demon general ordered them to stop. Otherwise, if a few more died, who knew if they would have the courage to continue fighting? Both sides looked at the demon general and Yang Kai, and saw that they were actually living in peace. They all looked curious, wondering what was going on. The demon general coughed softly. It's a misunderstanding. This master is one of us, so there's no need to fight anymore. He was too embarrassed to tell his subordinates that he had become Yang Kai's sole slave. After all, he still wanted to save some face. When he spoke, he secretly looked at Yang Kai's expression, and found that he didn't mind, so he was relieved. The group of monster race masters looked at each other, wondering what their master was doing. No matter how they looked at it, this man and woman were humans. How did they become one of them in the blink of an eye? However, after experiencing the power of Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, they didn't dare to say anything for fear of provoking another fatal disaster. From now on, when you see this master, it's as if you see me. Do you understand? The demon general pointed at Yang Kai and shouted. Although the group of monster race masters were confused, they still nodded. The main reason was that they were afraid and didn't want to avenge their dead companions. The demon general turned around and smiled flatteringly. Master, you must be tired after such a long journey. Why don't you follow this little one to the mountain to rest first? What rest? Yang Kai didn't give him a good look and waved his hand. Hurry up and let them find her. If they can't find her, you're dead. The demon general's face suddenly turned bitter. Master, you don't know. That woman won't show up for a while. It's useless to look for her. Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. What do you mean? The demon general cupped his fists and said. She is very timid. Every time she is frightened, she will hide for 1 to 2 months. During this time, no one can find her. So if you want to find her, you'll have to wait. Once the limelight passes, she will naturally show up again. Seeing the suspicious look on Yang Kai's face, the demon general made a solemn vow. Everything this lowly one says is true. Sir can ask them. Yang Kai had already experienced how timid his third brother was. It should be related to his mental state, so he didn't think this demon general was lying to him. What's more, his life was now in his hands, so he didn't have the guts to lie. Even if you can't find her, you still have to look for her. Inform me immediately if you have any news, Yang Kai coldly snorted. Although he knew this demon general wouldn't lie, Yang Kai still held on to the slightest hope. Yes. The demon general couldn't persuade Yang Kai, and could only order the monster race masters to disperse and report back immediately if there was any news. 20 to 30 monster race masters of different cultivations received the order and scattered in all directions, leaving only 5 monster race masters on standby. Where do you want to rest? Yang Kai glanced at the demon general expressionlessly. Now that someone was helping him find his third brother, he didn't have to work so hard himself. Moreover, this demon general had said that his third brother wouldn't show up for a month or 2, so he had no intention of looking for him. He would wait for a month or 2 to find out. Hearing this, the demon general immediately stretched out his hand and made an inviting gesture, nodding and bowing. This way it's not far. We'll be there in half a day. Yang Kai nodded, his figure leaping up and flying towards that direction. Zhang Ruoxi didn't know what Yang Kai was doing, but she didn't ask and just followed Yang Kai into the air. When she passed by the demon general, she looked at him with disdain. For better or worse, he was a monster race master from the Emperor realm. How could he be so spineless? He was even worse than a human. Didn't she say that the monster race in the ancient lands were all brave and good at fighting? The demon general was speechless under Zhang Ruoxi's glare. He rubbed his nose embarrassedly and followed them. Following his guidance, the group of people flew to the place where the demon general was staying. What's your name? Yang Kai suddenly asked halfway. The demon general cupped his hands and said, This one is Yang Yue. I heard you mention a flying eagle monster king before. What's his background? Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Yang Yue immediately looked serious and said solemnly, Master Flying Eagle is one of the 8 monster kings under the Holy Senior. His strength is unfathomable. He has reached the peak of the 12th order, comparable to a 3rd order Emperor Realm Master. 8 monster king. Yang Kai frowned. So there are 7 monster kings like this. Yang Yue chuckled and said proudly, How could there be only 7? There are 32 monster kings in the ancient lands. Yang Kai was shocked. So many? All of them are 3rd order Emperor Realm Masters? Yang Yue nodded. Of course. Without such strength, how could they sit on the monster king's throne? In fact, there are more than 32 monster kings with such strength. It's just that there are only 32 monster kings. Those powerful existences who can't occupy the position of monster king serve the Holy Senior. There are more than a dozen of them, and each of them is not inferior to the most powerful monster king. Some are even stronger. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. Before he came here, he didn't know that there were so many powerful monster clans in the ancient lands. After hearing Yang Yue's words, he realized that he had underestimated this ancient lands. Which sect in the entire star boundary could have so many 3rd order Emperor Realm Masters? Even the sects of the great emperors didn't have that many, right? At most 7 or 8 of them would be enough. In other words, the forces in the ancient lands were comparable to the sum of 4 or 5 overlord sects like Star Soul Palace. No wonder people said that the ancient lands were dangerous. It was more than dangerous, it was like the gates of hell. If one wasn't careful, they wouldn't even know how they died. He was slightly relieved that he didn't kill Yang Yue on the spot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain such information. This made him a little worried about the rest of his journey. Then, what is a Holy Senior? Yang Kai asked hesitantly as a frightening thought suddenly appeared in his mind. A Holy Senior is a Holy Senior. Yang Yue chuckled. They rule over the entire ancient lands. Oh right, according to the humans, a Holy Senior is a divine spirit. Sure enough, Yang Kai was shocked. Although there were rumors that divine spirits lived in the ancient lands, no one could prove it. However, listening to Yang Yue's words, it seemed that all the monster clans living here knew about it. There really are divine spirits in the ancient lands. Zhang Ruoxi also looked at Yang Yue in shock. She couldn't immediately digest this shocking news. Her mouth was slightly open, and her breath smelled like orchids. This wasn't the end of it. Yang Yue threw out another bombshell. No one knew what he was thinking. There are 4 Holy Seniors in the ancient lands. Each Holy Senior has 8 monster king and left and right holy envoys. The strength of our ancient lands is extraordinary. 4 Holy Seniors, doesn't that mean there are 4 divine spirits here? Yang Kai's face turned pale. Although his current strength wasn't bad, he didn't have the slightest ability to fight back against an existence like a divine spirit. Yang Yue observed Yang Kai's expression and found it strange. He secretly laughed in his heart. Who told you not to give me face? Are you scared now? Unexpectedly, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him coldly. No matter how powerful a Holy Senior or a monster king is, I can take your life with a single thought. This time, it was Yang Yue's turn to turn pale. He cried out in sorrow. Master, this little one is loyal to you. The sun and moon can bear witness to this. Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. Master, you are wise. Loyalty my ass. How long have we known each other? How can you talk about loyalty? You are simply lying through your teeth. Don't worry. I will return your freedom when I find that woman. Yang Kai snorted. After hitting him with a club, he naturally had to give him a date. Yang Yue was overjoyed, but he said, This little one is willing to be at Master's beck and call. This little one will never be disloyal. Where did this guy learn to say such things? He is so good at flattering people. He specializes in making people happy, but he says it like it's true. Zhang Ruoxi's gaze became more and more disdainful. Chapter 2567. Half a day later, the group landed on top of a mountain. The entire ancient lands was densely packed with countless mountain peaks. These peaks were the best hiding places for monster race cultivators. This was where Yang Yue's cave mansion was located. According to him, With this place as the center, the surrounding 10 mountain peaks were all his territory. Yang Kai took out the jade slip Sampai gave him before and compared it. He found that this location was within the range recorded in the jade slip for the time being, but it was marked with a red mark, symbolizing an ominous place. It seemed that the information in this jade slip was not completely useless. Generally, if a cultivator saw the mark on the jade slip, they would definitely not dare to come here without permission. Halfway up the mountain, there was a cave that allowed people to enter and exit. After entering the cave and arriving at the mountainside, there was a completely different world inside. There were many grottos and other similar places. It didn't matter whether they were beautiful or not. The monster race didn't care about this. Yang Yue led Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi into the grotto, giving the best room inside to Yang Kai and the adjacent room to Zhang Ruoxi before bowing and retreating. His life was in the other's hands, so he had to be respectful. Inside the grotto, Yang Kai looked around and found that although this place was small, it was fully equipped. This should be Yang Yue's place of residence. There was a stone bed and exquisite bedding on the bed, but he didn't know where it came from. There was also a bath in the grotto, which seemed to be a pool of spring water from the mountain. The water was so clear that Yang Kai reached out to touch it and found that the temperature was just right. This monster actually knows how to enjoy life. Yang Kai smiled slightly, walked to a stone bench nearby and sat down. Sir, what should we do now? Zhang Ruoxi followed him and asked. Since we're already here, let's just take it as it comes. Yang Kai sighed slightly. He didn't expect this trip to the ancient lands to have such a turn of events. However, he couldn't just ignore his third brother, but he also had to find Xiao Xiao. He had a spiritual connection with Xiao Xiao, just like how he could sense the existence of Lu Yan. As long as they were within a certain range, they should be able to find each other. Zhang Ruoxi naturally followed his orders and had no objections. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The two of them looked at each other. Yang Kai signaled to Zhang Ruoxi with his eyes, and the latter quickly walked out. Outside the door, Yang Yue stood there uneasily. Behind him were two beautiful maids, each carrying something. One of them was holding a pot of spirit wine, while the other was holding a plate of spirit fruits. Their beautiful eyes were filled with a myriad of flirtatious expressions, and their figures were slim and graceful. She had a slender waist and ample buttocks. Her body was lightly covered by a thin veil, and the beauty inside was faintly discernible, especially her two pairs of snow-white slender thighs, which were exposed to the outside, causing one's blood to boil. These two beautiful maids were clearly not humans. There was a very obvious demonic chi on him. He didn't know what kind of monster beast it was, but since it could take human form, it was undoubtedly intelligent and knew how to cultivate. The two women were also very curious. They were originally Yang Yue's exclusive property, but this time, Yang Yue had ordered them to properly serve a distinguished guest. Yang Yue had clearly said that no matter what the distinguished guest wanted to do to them, they had to greet him with a smile and flatter him. They were not allowed to disobey in the slightest. The two women weren't inexperienced virgins, so how could they not know what Yang Yue was planning? They didn't mind. Accompanying Yang Yue was one thing, but accompanying the distinguished guest was also another. They just guessed that some powerful monster commander or monster king had arrived here. Otherwise, how could Yang Yue be willing to let the two of them personally go out to please this guest? When the door opened, Yang Yue raised his head, but before he could say the words master, he swallowed them back down and looked at Zhang Ruoxi in amazement. Young lady, it's you. Where's the master? Zhang Ruoxi glanced at him warily, then looked at the two seductively dressed dragon ladies behind him. Her pretty face suddenly turned cold, especially when the two dragon ladies kept looking inside through the crack in the door, as if they could see something, which made her feel even more uncomfortable. Looking back, she found that Yang Kai was also looking at them curiously, his eyes constantly sweeping over the two dragon ladies. With a wave of his hand, the door closed at once, isolating the two shameless dragon ladies from their presumptuous gazes, causing the two women to look at each other with resentment. Master is tired and is resting. What's the matter? Zhang Ruoxi didn't give Yang Yue any face. Yang Yue chuckled and bowed. It's like this. Master has just arrived here. And there's nothing much to entertain in this desolate mountain. So I specially offer a pot of spirit wine and a plate of spirit fruits as a small token of my appreciation. I hope Master won't take offense. Only then did Zhang Ruoxi's gaze shift to the spirit wine and spirit fruits, her nostrils gently snorting. Yang Yue didn't know what she meant and stood there waiting for her to move out of the way, but he found that Zhang Ruoxi was like a door god blocking the way, with no intention of moving out of the way at all. Helpless, he could only tilt his head and signal to the two dragon ladies to hand over the things in their hands to Zhang Ruoxi. Is there anything else? Zhang Ruoxi took the things and asked impatiently, when she saw that they still showed no signs of leaving. Yang Yue smiled flatteringly. Master must be tired after such a long journey. This one has also prepared 2 servants to serve Master's bath and rest. I wonder if young lady would be so kind as to. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Zhang Ruoxi reach out and point in the direction they came from. Yang Yue looked back, but didn't find anything. He couldn't help but scratch his head suspiciously. I can serve Master. There's no need for you. Scram back to wherever you came from. Other than news of that crazy woman, if you dare to disturb Master's cultivation again, I'll take your dog lives. Zhang Ruoxi's eyes turned cold and murderous. Yang Yue was startled. He didn't know what he had done to offend this lady, but he didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of her. After all, Zhang Ruoxi was brought here by Yang Kai. Offending her would not end well. He quickly bowed and apologized before leaving with the 2 dragon ladies. The 2 dragon ladies had come in high spirits, but returned in disappointment. Needless to say, they were full of resentment. Shameless vixens! Zhang Ruoxi clenched her teeth and cursed, holding the wine jug in one hand and the fruit plate in the other. These 2 vixens, who were like withered flowers and withered willows, had actually set their sights on Mr. It was really too infuriating. What was even more infuriating was that Mr.'s eyes were actually shining just now. He was actually looking at them from head to toe with a curious expression. Turning around, Zhang Ruoxi suppressed her anger and was about to push the door open when her raised foot suddenly froze in midair. She suddenly remembered that after following Sir for so many years, she had never seen him have intimate contact with any woman. She was no longer a child, so how could she not know about love between a man and a woman? When she lived with Sister Hua in the sealed world bead, Sister Hua would often tease her about it, making her blush. She was very clearly aware that with Mr.'s current cultivation and strength, if he wanted a woman, there were a myriad of beauties for him to choose from. However, he just happened to not have such thoughts. He'd overcome all obstacles and cultivated bitterly, and he'd utterly not had the time to relax. What man doesn't like women? Why is Sir so self-disciplined? She suddenly felt a little guilty, feeling that she shouldn't have stopped the 2 dragon lady. After all, from Sir's gaze just now, he seemed to be very interested in the 2 dragon lady. But she acted on her own initiative and casually sent them away. She pushed the door open and entered uneasily. Zhang Ruoxi put the spirit wine and spirit fruit on the table and explained what happened just now, carefully looking at Yang Kai's expression. Kai Yang only made a sound of acknowledgement and didn't make any further movements. Sir isn't angry because I ruined his good time, right? Otherwise, why is his reaction so calm? Zhang Ruoxi suddenly felt a little worried. Some things can't stand up to speculation, and once speculations start, it gets out of hand. After a long silence, Zhang Ruoxi bit her red lips and said, Sir, you've been working hard for so long. Do you want me to call the 2 dragon lady back and let them serve you while you rest? After saying this, Zhang Ruoxi's cheeks blushed and she felt a little uneasy, afraid that Yang Kai would agree. Yang Kai sniffed the fragrance of the spirit wine and said without raising his head, No need. He looked around just now and was just curious about what kind of monster beast the 2 dragon lady had transformed into. They were so enchanting and charming. If they were in the outside world, they would definitely be a source of calamity. He had no other intentions. While speaking, he poured himself a glass of spirit wine to taste. Then, Ruoxi will serve you personally. PFFF. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of spirit wine and hurriedly wiped it. Seeing this, Zhang Ruoxi giggled and walked forward, rolling up her sleeves and gently wiping Yang Kai's wet clothes. Yang Kai stared blankly at Ruoxi's jade-like face and smiled. Ruoxi, you've grown up. He still remembered when he brought Zhang Ruoxi out of the Zhang family. The little girl hadn't grown up yet. After following him for so long, she had already become a great beauty. Perhaps it was because it was dark under the light, but Yang Kai hadn't noticed until now. Zhang Ruoxi heard this and paused slightly, her cheeks blushing. Yang Kai patted her on the shoulder and motioned for her to get up. He then stood up and shook off the wine on his clothes. If you take a fancy to any man in the future, just tell me and I'll make the decision for you. I'll make sure he marries you grandly. Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and didn't say a word, a bitter look in her eyes. Well, there shouldn't be anything to do for now. Go cultivate. I'll call you if something happens. Yang Kai waved his hand. Zhang Ruoxi opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something, but in the end she responded, yes. Walking out of the room, Zhang Ruoxi closed the door behind her and went into a nearby rock cave. Zhang Ruoxi covered her cheeks with her hands, feeling the burning heat on her cheeks and the thumping sound of her heart beating like a war drum. She didn't know what was wrong with her today. She suddenly felt like she was on a whim and said the words she normally didn't dare to say. Now that she thought about it, she really didn't know where she got the courage. She had a feeling that if she didn't say these words now, she wouldn't have a chance in the future. Could it be that she had reached the so-called young girl yearning for love stage? Chapter 2568. Cultivating in the Mountains. Yang Kai was unaware of the flowing time great emperor. Yang Yue was very tactful. Ever since he was sent away by Zhang Ruoxi that day, he hadn't shown his face again. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him playing any tricks. Now that he had the soul seal in his hands, Yang Yue couldn't get rid of his control at all. If he dared to have any devious thoughts, he would be courting death. Zhang Ruoxi didn't come again either. She cultivated next door wholeheartedly. She now had the cultivation of the third order Dao Source realm. She had obtained a lot of benefits in the Shattered Star Sea, including the complete Star's Star Source. Now was the time to integrate her Star Source, comprehend Emperor intent, and break through to the Emperor realm. A month later, there was a knock on the door again. Yang Kai opened his eyes and waved his hand to open the door. Yang Yue walked in respectfully and cupped his fists. Master, there's news. Yang Kai was shocked. He stood up and shouted in a low voice, lead the way. The matter of his third sister couldn't be delayed. Only by resolving it as soon as possible could he find Xiao Xiao with peace of mind. Therefore, when he heard Yang Yue's report, he didn't want to delay for a moment and set off immediately. After leaving the room, Zhang Ruoxi, who had received Yang Kai's message, also hurried out. Their eyes met. Yang Kai nodded gently while Zhang Ruoxi followed Yang Kai without saying a word. A ray of light shot up into the sky, left the mountain, turned in midair, and flew in a certain direction. Along the way, Yang Yue described his discovery in detail. Over the past month, the 20 or so monster race subordinates, who were still alive, had been looking for his third sister. Half a day ago, a small monster race subordinate suddenly discovered something and quickly reported it to Yang Yue. However, they didn't dare to act rashly and alert the enemy. His third sister was too vigilant. Over the past few decades, they had found her many times, but never succeeded in capturing her. Therefore, they had been watching her movements from afar and quietly following her. But then again, with the strength of Yang Yue's monster race subordinates, even if they fought her head-on, they wouldn't be her opponent. Yang Kai guessed that Yang Yue didn't know that his third sister was a second-order emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come out valiantly a month ago. According to the report of his subordinates, third brother seemed to have been hiding under a river. It was a coincidence that he was able to discover him this time. Perhaps third brother had been hiding for too long and wanted to come out for some fresh air. Who would have thought that he would be exposed as soon as he left the river? Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed easier to work with more people. If he were to look for Yang Yue, Who knew when he would be able to find him? Last time, he had failed to kill Yang Yue, and had instead subdued him. It was a wise decision. It wasn't a long journey, but before Yang Kai and the others arrived, a monster race cultivator flew towards them. Yang Yue took a closer look and hurriedly said, "It's one of us." He took the lead and walked towards the demon. The moment the two demons met, the demon was stunned. He then whispered a few words. Yang Yue's expression changed. He turned around and looked at Yang Kai uneasily. Seeing his strange expression, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Yang Yue said bitterly, "We've been discovered." Did third brother run away again? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Last time, third brother had run away and hid for a month. If he ran away again, he would have to hide for another month. He didn't have that much time to waste here. You can say that he ran away, but you can also say that he didn't. Yang Yue said awkwardly, as if he didn't know how to explain this to Yang Kai. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yang Yue opened his mouth. He sighed and said, "That woman entered the tomb." What tomb? Yang Kai frowned. The 10,000 spirit tomb. Yang Yue said with a bitter expression. When he said these words, his face turned pale, and his body trembled, as if he was extremely afraid. Yang Kai didn't know the inside story and said impatiently, "Since you know she went there, why didn't you continue to follow her?" Yang Yue's expression changed greatly as he said in panic, "Master, you don't know. The 10,000 spirit tomb is a place that cannot be entered. It is the burial place of all the creatures in the ancient lands. It has always been a place where people enter but never come out." Yang Kai sneered, "I don't care. Tell your people to continue to follow her, or I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Yue said in shock, "Master, listen to me first. What is going on with the 10,000 spirit tomb? After you understand, you will understand that this lowly one is powerless." Yang Kai looked at him coldly, and found that he wasn't exaggerating. So he said, "Good. Let's see what kind of tricks you can come up with." Yang Yue smiled bitterly. "This lowly one doesn't dare. This lowly one wants to let Master know that the 10,000 spirit tomb is an invisible place, and the burial place of all the creatures in the ancient lands." "What is an invisible place?" Yang Yue said bitterly. "No one knows where it is and it is impossible to find." Yang Kai said angrily, "You just said that third brother entered the 10,000 spirit tomb, and now you say that you don't know where he is? Do you think this young master is a 3-year-old child who can be fooled by you?" Zhang Ruoshi also looked at him coldly, with an unfriendly expression. The main reason was that Yang Yue's words contradicted each other so much that it was hard not to be suspicious. Yang Yue was terrified, and felt the pressure on his soul. He knew that if he didn't explain clearly, he would die today, so he said anxiously, "Master, please calm down. Everything this lowly one said is true. Moreover, the 10,000 spirit tomb is an existence that all the creatures in the ancient lands know about. You can ask anyone and they will know about it. How could this lowly one dare to deceive you?" Yang Kai frowned. He also felt that Yang Yue wouldn't joke about this, so he raised his hand and said, "Continue." Yang Yue took a deep breath, knowing that he wouldn't die for a while, so he said carefully, "The 10,000 spirit tomb is ethereal and untraceable. It will appear anywhere in the ancient lands without any pattern. It can be as short as a day or two, and as long as a few months. Every time it appears, only one door will appear. If you want to enter, you can enter through that door. But for so many years, no one has ever been able to come out after entering. Moreover, when the 10,000 spirit tomb appears, the monster beast or the creatures of the ancient lands that are about to die of old age nearby will take the initiative to enter the tomb and wait for death. That's why it is called the 10,000 spirit tomb, together with the blood door. It is one of the 2 forbidden areas of the ancient lands. How did this blood door get involved? Yang Kai didn't know what this blood door was, but since it was a forbidden area, it was naturally extremely dangerous. He wasn't in the mood to ask about the blood door, so he just said, "According to what you said, the 10,000 spirit tomb is the place where the creatures of the ancient lands die of old age." "Master, please enlighten me. Yang Yue bowed. What's third brother doing there? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Yang Yue thought to himself, how am I supposed to know if you're asking me? However, he didn't dare to complain. He could only reply bitterly, I'm not sure either. But since we've entered, I'm afraid it's not good, because even the most powerful monster king would die if he entered. Since he had already said so much, he only hoped that the master in front of him wouldn't be reckless. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before waving his hand and saying, lead the way. Let's go to the 10,000 spirit tomb to take a look. I've said so much for nothing. Yang Yue lamented in his heart. He wanted to dissuade Yang Kai, but when he met Yang Kai's gaze, he obediently led the way. Not long after, the few of them landed at the bottom of an open valley. In the surrounding forest, a few members of the goblin clan suddenly appeared. Yang Kai felt that they were familiar. They should be the subordinates of Yang Yue that he met last time. Master. Several goblin clan cultivators stepped forward and saluted. Yang Yue waved his hand and had them stand aside while he looked at Yang Kai nervously. Yang Kai was also looking around the valley, trying to find where the 10,000 spirit tomb was, but he couldn't find it. He frowned and asked, where's the tomb? Yang Yue tilted his head and looked at one of his subordinates. The goblin clan cultivator immediately pointed and said, it's right in front of us. Are you playing with me? Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Yang Yue was shocked and hurriedly said, this servant wouldn't dare. It's just that the tomb door is invisible and can't be seen. Only when a dying person enters it will it reveal some clues. Really? Yang Kai looked at Yang Yue suspiciously. Even with his current powerful divine sense, he couldn't find anything. However, Yang Yue seemed to be telling the truth, making it difficult for him not to be suspicious. Sir, can't you see it? Zhang Ruo, she suddenly asked. See what? Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. There's a door of light over there, a dark gray door of light. Zhang Ruo, she pointed in that direction. When the monster race cultivators heard this, their eyes widened, and they looked at Zhang Ruo in shock. Yang Kai also did his best to scan the area with his divine sense, but still found nothing, so he said in frustration, there's nothing. How can that be? It's clearly there. Zhang Ruo, she looked suspicious. Yang Yue looked at Zhang Ruo timidly and asked tentatively, young lady, can you see the tomb door? Yes. Zhang Ruo, she didn't know why they were so surprised. Yang Yue's face suddenly became unnatural. He looked around and saw the strange expressions of the monster race cultivators. Yang Kai glanced around coldly and snorted. Didn't you just say that only dying people can see the tomb door? How do you explain this? Is Ruo also a dying person? Zhang Ruo, she was startled, and her eyebrows rose as she glared at Yang Yue. This evildoer actually cursed me to death. Sure enough, he's not a good person. Yang Yue said with a sullen face. That's why this lowly one said that the myriad spirit tomb is an invisible place. I don't know what happened today. He turned his head and grabbed one of his subordinates by the collar, shouting angrily, are you sure there's a tomb door over there? The monster race cultivator hurriedly said, yes, that woman disappeared from there. When she went in, the tomb door flashed. I saw it clearly. The two monster race cultivators on the side also nodded repeatedly. Only then did Yang Yue put him down, glancing over at Yang Kai uneasily. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk at this moment, a very dull sound rang out, as if a behemoth was approaching. The sound of trees crashing to the ground came from the direction of the sound. Hearing this, Kai Yang and the others turned their heads, only to see dust billowing in the distance. A huge figure was winding its way out of the forest. Every step it took caused the earth to shake. In the air above the huge figure, there were many monster race cultivators who were following closely behind. As they flew, they were constantly shouting something, appearing to be extremely anxious. Chapter 2569. Master, it's Master Niu's people. A monster suddenly approached Yang Yue and whispered. Yang Yue's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He quickly flew into the air and saw the appearance of the behemoth coming over. He couldn't help but shout, Niu Quan! He had mentioned the name Niu Quan before. Although Yang Kai didn't ask in detail, he knew that Niu Quan was a monster general. He should be on the same level as Yang Yue, but he didn't expect to meet him here today. Yang Kai was considering whether to ask Yang Yue to cooperate with him to kill the witnesses, so as to prevent the unrelated monster race from finding out that he and Yang Yue were together. But he didn't expect Yang Yue to directly fly over there. He waited in the air and shouted, "Old Niu, where are you going?" There was no response. Yang Yue's expression changed again. He hurriedly said, "Old Niu, I'm old Yang. Wake up and look at me." The demonic beasts who had followed Niu Quan all the way here obviously recognized Yang Yue. Immediately, one of the demonic beasts cried out, "Lord Yang, please cast a spell to save my lord. I don't know what happened today, but my lord suddenly revealed his true form and ran here without a care in the world. We couldn't stop him, and he didn't respond to our shouts." Hearing him say this, Yang Yue immediately confirmed the guess in his heart. He glanced at the place where the invisible door was, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. He sighed heavily, waved his hand, and flew back to Yang Kai's side. Rumble, the trees broke in the middle, and the behemoth finally rushed out of the woods. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it. He discovered that an incomparably huge bull-shaped demonic beast had appeared in front of him. Its entire body was suffused with a misty green luster, and its skin was full of wrinkles that crisscrossed with each other. It was obvious that these were the marks left behind by the passage of time. Its 4 hooves were each the size of a house, and every time they landed, the ground would shake and the mountains would shake. On both sides of the monster's head, there were 2 sharp horns that curved like sickles. However, one of its horns was broken. No one knew who did it, but the broken horn did not weaken the monster beast's aura. Instead, it made it look even more ferocious. This should be the demon general called Niu Quan. Yang Kai knew what was going on, but he didn't know why the demon general would reveal his true form. Although the demon race's combat strength would increase greatly after revealing their true form, they were still not as agile as humans. Therefore, the demon race wouldn't reveal their true form unless it was absolutely necessary. What happened? Yang Kai turned to look at Yang Yue. "My time is up. Are we going to enter the cemetery?" Yang Yue sighed slightly. There was a hint of sadness in his tone. He had long known that Niu Quan would not live for long, but he did not expect this day to come so suddenly. Yang Kai looked at Niu Quan, and then looked at the location of the tomb door that the demons had pointed out. He suddenly realized something and said, "It can feel the summoning of the All-Spirits tomb?" Yang Yue nodded and said, "All the creatures of the ancient lands, before their time is up, they can feel the location of the All-Spirits tomb, and can't help but enter it." Old Niu, he sighed heavily and was speechless. "This is worth a look." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He had no friendship with Niu Quan. Previously, he was not sure whether this All-Spirits tomb was real or not, but now there was a way to verify it. Therefore, Yang Kai did not feel anything. Instead, he looked at it with great interest, as if it was an eye-opener. Niu Quan's group of subordinates were still calling, but after transforming into their true forms, it seemed to be unable to hear anything. It only knew to walk step by step towards the location of the tomb door. Not long after, all the demon race who followed them learned the truth from Yang Yue's subordinates. They knew that their master was going to enter the All-Spirits tomb. Suddenly they all looked sad and sorrowful. Under everyone's gazes, Niu Quan walked to an open area in the valley. Suddenly, it stopped and moved to the sky before charging forward. Yang Kai's eyes widened in an instant, because in the void, a grayish-black door of light suddenly flashed. The door of light was more than 100 feet tall, and although it had been standing there, it was hidden in the void. If Niu Quan had not entered and caused a ripple, it was likely that no one would have seen it. As Yang Yue had said before, only the creatures who were about to die in the ancient land could see this tomb door. Niu Quan passed through the tomb door, and his huge body quickly disappeared. As the ripple spread, the tomb door also disappeared at the same time. The demon race who came here with Niu Quan all cried bitterly and wailed. Yang Yue also smacked his lips, a bitter expression on his face. There is really a tomb door. After seeing it with his own eyes, Yang Kai knew that Yang Yue and the others did not lie to him just now. It also confirmed that Old Third had really entered the All-Spirits tomb. What should he do now? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He didn't know what kind of dangers lay inside. And if he entered, how would he get out? What if this 10,000 spirit tomb was a place where he couldn't get out? Wouldn't entering it be suicide? Although he had the Tao of space, he didn't dare to act rashly. On the other hand, it was Ruoxi who could see the tomb door before. It was really strange. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Ruoxi. It would have been better if he didn't look, but when he did he was shocked. Zhang Ruoxi had actually arrived in front of the tomb door. She stretched out her hand towards the invisible tomb door. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, making her look extremely strange. Ruoxi, what are you doing? Yang Kai shouted. Zhang Ruoxi's tender body trembled, and she suddenly came back to her senses. When she found that she had unknowingly arrived in front of the tomb door, her beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and she wanted to withdraw. But at this moment, the hidden tomb door was revealed again, and this time it was completely revealed. In the empty mountain valley, a huge gray-black light door exuded a strange light. In a flash, this light enveloped the entire mountain valley. All the monster race cultivators shrouded in this light were horrified to find that they couldn't move. Their eyes were filled with horror as they kept screaming. Yang Kai was also furious. Under the shroud of the gray-black light, no matter how he urged his strength, he couldn't move. Even using his space force, he couldn't teleport away. All the people and monster race cultivators in the mountain valley, who were still alive, seemed to have been immobilized. Zhang Ruoxi was on the verge of tears. She didn't know what she had done, but the scene in front of her was obviously not a good thing. While she was frightened, she also blamed herself, feeling that her sir had been implicated this time. Master, save me. Yang Yue opened his mouth and shouted, hoping that Yang Kai would save him. But who would have thought that Yang Kai was also a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to save himself? Yang Yue's heart sank. This unforeseen event happened extremely quickly, so fast that no one could react in time. Yang Kai struggled for a while but found that he couldn't break free, so he gritted his teeth and summoned the mountains and rivers bell. But at that moment, the tomb door flashed again and disappeared. Along with it, all the living creatures in the mountain valley disappeared. In a gray-black world, there was no sun, moon, stars, flowers, or trees. It was dead silent like a cemetery. Yang Kai, Zhang Ruoxi, and the other monster race cultivators appeared together, and the mysterious force that bound them disappeared at once. Yang Kai immediately rushed to Zhang Ruoxi's side, enveloped her with his emperor qi, and looked around vigilantly. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become stunned. Everyone seemed to be standing on top of a mountain of bones, and as far as their eyes could see, there were pure white bones. The skeletons scattered on the ground were of different sizes. The small ones were almost negligible, while the large ones were huge. The true body of Niu Quan that they had seen before was not even worth mentioning. These white bones were left behind by a monster beast that had died many years ago, and all of them were extremely fragile. With the slightest touch from an external force, they all turned into bone fragments and scattered. Moo! A roar came from not far away, and Yang Kai turned his head to look, his eyes narrowing. Niu Quan! Surprisingly, Niu Quan, who he'd seen in the valley earlier, was here as well. However, at this moment, it was surrounded by the aura of death as it lay silently at a certain spot on the mountain of bones. It didn't move at all, and it seemed to be in the twilight of its life, and was waiting for death. Specks of fluorescent light flew out from his flesh like dancing fairies, adding a touch of vitality to this gray-black monotonous world. These specks of light seemed to be attracted by something and flew into the depths of the mountain. As the light disappeared, the vitality of Niu Quan's body became dimmer and dimmer. Myriad Spirit Tomb. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank. If he had some guesses before after seeing Niu Quan, it was clear at a glance what this place was. Myriad Spirit Tomb. The tomb of all living creatures in the ancient lands, a place where one could enter but not leave. Even the most powerful monster king would not be able to leave alive after entering this place. How did I end up in this damned place? Previously, Yang Kai was still hesitating whether to come in and explore to find traces of his third sister. But now, he had come in regardless of whether he wanted to or not, so there was no chance for him to hesitate. Sir, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened to me just now. Zhang Ruo, she was on the verge of tears. She also knew that she had made a big mistake, but the situation just now was really out of her control. Since entering this ancient wild lands, she found that there was something wrong with her, but she didn't expect to cause such a disaster. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. He reached out and patted her head, but he didn't say anything. It was too late to say anything now. Since they had already come in, what was the use of scolding Zhang Ruoxi? Moreover, he had already noticed that Zhang Ruoxi didn't do it on purpose. The most important thing now was to leave this damned place. He turned his head and looked at Yang Yue. After all, Yang Yue was a native of the monster race here. In terms of understanding of the myriad spirit tomb, Yang Kai couldn't compare. If there was a way out, he would definitely know. At a glance, the corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He knew that Yang Yue couldn't help him, because at this moment, Yang Yue and the group of monster race cultivators were standing in place foolishly. A layer of gray-black light enveloped them, and specks of fluorescent light were floating out of their bodies. Chapter 2570. It was the same for Niu Quan, Yang Yue, and the other monster race cultivators. The fluorescent light that flew out of their bodies was obviously related to their vitality. The more they lost, the dimmer their vitality became. As time passed, they would die without a doubt. Niu Quan could be said to have come here to die, but Yang Yue and the other monster race cultivators had all been implicated. Sir, help! Yang Yue noticed Yang Kai's gaze and raised his head, his face filled with death chi as he called out in a trembling voice. Yang Kai looked embarrassed and coughed dryly. I can't do anything about this. You're on your own now. He didn't understand what was going on with the myriad spirit tomb, and how he could save Yang Yue and the others. He could send them into the sealed world bead, and they might be able to escape, but the sealed world bead was Yang Kai's top secret. He wouldn't expose it except for a few people he could trust. It wasn't worth it to expose the existence of the sealed world bead to save these monster race cultivators. Yang Yue was in despair when he heard this, but soon looked at Yang Kai in surprise and asked, Master, why are you safe and sound? Yang Kai had also noticed this. Of all the people who had been sucked into the tomb door, only he and Zhang Ruoxi were safe. The other monster race cultivators were all rapidly losing their vitality. If he hadn't noticed this, Yang Kai wouldn't have calmed down so quickly. I don't know. Maybe it's because we're not from the ancient lands. Didn't you say that this is the tomb of the ancient land's inhabitants? Yang Kai explained casually. Other than this explanation, he didn't know the reason for the situation in front of him. Is there such a good thing? Yang Yue's mouth twitched, and his eyes glowed with resentment. If you hadn't ordered us to find the whereabouts of that crazy woman, how could it be related to the myriad spirit tomb? Now that we're here, we're so unlucky that we won't be able to survive. On the other hand, you're free and unfettered. You don't have to worry about dying here at all, yet you refuse to help us. Yang Yue was infuriated. He wanted to tear Yang Kai apart to vent the hatred in his heart. Master, you can't abandon us. Yang Yue gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai frowned and said impatiently, I already said that I don't have a solution. Who knows what's going on with this tomb? As he spoke, he suddenly glanced at Yang Yue, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said, What, are you very angry? Nonsense. Who wouldn't be angry if this happened to them? Since he was going to die anyway, Yang Yue's courage suddenly grew. His eyes were cold as he said, Master, if you don't care, we might have to drag you down with us. Yang Kai was amused. He squinted at him and said, You want me to die with you? Have you forgotten that your life and death is in this young master's hands? What right do you have to drag me down with you? Yang Yue's expression stiffened, and he was instantly silenced. Just now he was too busy being angry. He had actually forgotten about this matter. Only now did he realize that even if he wanted to drag Yang Kai down with him, He didn't have the ability to do so. His soul seal was still in the other's hands. For a moment, grief welled up in his heart. He fell to the ground and cried, "What a tragedy, what a tragedy! I, old Yang, have worked so hard to cultivate until now. But before I can enjoy my life, I'm going to die. The heavens really don't have eyes. Damn heavens, this old Yang will never forgive you." His cry was heart-wrenching. His voice was sorrowful. And when the other monster race people heard it, they also felt sad. Falling into the tomb, they could all foresee their fate. It was just that they weren't as exaggerated as Yang Yue, but they definitely felt bad in their hearts. Yang Kai snorted and said, "Don't cry so hard. If we're going to die, we'll all die together. We'll all have companions on the road to the Yellow Springs, so we won't be lonely." Yang Yue wiped his tears and said angrily, "It's easy for you to say that. The tomb is the tomb of the ancient land's inhabitants. It has nothing to do with you." Yang Kai curled his lips and stopped talking. In fact, he was also very surprised. Why wasn't he and Zhang Ruoxi affected by the ancient lands? Instead, all the other monster race people were losing their vitality and turning into fluorescent light. Is it really like what I said just now? At this moment, a whimpering sound suddenly rang out, and strands of dark light suddenly flew out from under the white bones. As soon as the dark light appeared, it turned into a variety of strange monster beasts, pouncing on the living monster race and knocking them to the ground. Every time a monster beast figure rushed over, the vitality of the monster race people dimmed, and the fluorescent light flying out suddenly accelerated. Beast souls! Yang Yue was shocked and shouted in horror. Yang Kai's complexion also changed, because in just a short time, thousands of black shadows had flown out from the bottom of the bone mountain. These black shadows were somewhat similar to Yin souls, and were emitting dense Yin qi. Obviously, they were the beast souls of the monster beasts that had died here. The All-Spirits tomb had existed for countless years. Over the years, countless demonic beasts had died here. After these demonic beasts died, their beast souls were actually left behind. The number was simply uncountable. In the blink of an eye, countless beast souls flew above the bone mountain. Each of them had different appearances, but they all retained the shape they had when they were alive. Each of them had a strong aura. The dark mass seemed to have enveloped the entire tomb, like a swarm of locusts. Yang Yue and the other monster race people wanted to resist, but how could they? It didn't take long for each monster race being to be surrounded by a dense swarm of beast souls. Mournful cries rang out one after another, as if they were suffering some kind of inhumane torture. It was likely that they wouldn't survive. Zhang Ruoxi's pretty face turned pale. She stuck close to Yang Kai, not daring to move. With his previous experience of dealing with Yin souls, Yang Kai didn't say anything. He directly summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and released all the soul-devouring insects. They formed a protective barrier around him and Zhang Ruoxi to ensure their safety. The remaining soul-devouring insects chased after the beast souls to gnaw on them. As soon as the soul-devouring insects were released, the countless beast souls obviously encountered nemesis. They all avoided Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, not daring to approach them. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. The performance of the soul-devouring insects in the ancient lands this time was too eye-catching. They were definitely the best way to deal with Yin souls. He secretly decided to focus on cultivating them in the future. When they grew up, they might be able to fight against the great emperors of Serene Soul in the future. The old man relied on his high cultivation to indulge his daughter in her outrageous acts, but he couldn't do anything about it. This really made Yang Kai gnash his teeth in hatred. The cries of Yang Yue and the others from the monster race died down one by one. In less than a dozen breaths, there was no more movement. They were obviously all dead. Yang Kai felt that the soul seal that belonged to Yang Yue that he controlled had cracked. He couldn't help but sigh a little, although he didn't intend to care about Yang Yue's life or death before, and he only controlled him to find the whereabouts of his third brother. It was still a little unexpected that he would die like this. "Sir, open a gap," Zhang Ruoxi suddenly said. Yang Kai didn't know what she wanted to do. He was really scared by Zhang Ruoxi's previous actions. Once bitten, twice shy. But when he saw the big seal in Zhang Ruoxi's hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. He controlled the soul-devouring insects to open a gap. Zhang Ruo, she slapped the seal with her white hand and directly slapped it away. Then, she continued to form seals with her hands to control the power of the seal. After the seal flew out, it grew in the wind and suddenly became the size of a house. It was dark like a black hole. Asterisk walala. Asterisk, the sound of chains swinging rang out. As Zhang Ruoxi's hands changed seals, countless dark chains suddenly shot out from the inside of the seal and shot out in all directions. One by one, the flying beast souls were caught off guard by the pitch-black chains and were bound to death. The chains straightened, and under Zhang Ruoxi's control, they pulled the chained beast souls into the seal. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of aggressive beast souls were pulled into the seal and disappeared. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. Have you finished refining this 10,000 beast seal? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise and asked. I finished refining it a few days ago. Zhang Ruo, she didn't stop her hands and said happily. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. The seal was the 10,000 beast seal of Earth City's city lord Zhu Hong. After Zhu Hong was killed by Yang Kai in the ancient medicine garden, he gave the 10,000 beast seal to Zhang Ruoxi for self-protection. This was an emperor artifact, and its power had nothing to do with the seal itself. Instead, it was related to the number of beast souls sealed in it. The more beast souls sealed in it, the stronger they were, the more powerful the 10,000 beast seal would be, and vice versa. After Zhu Hong obtained the 10,000 beast seal, he had only killed less than 1,000 monster beasts, and used a secret technique to seal the beast souls of more than 1,000 monster beasts. Most of those beast souls were 11th order, 10th order, and only a handful of 12th order beast souls. They couldn't display the true power of the 10,000 beast seal. However, in this 10,000 spirit tomb, 12th order monster beast souls were everywhere. If Zhang Ruo, she sealed all of them into the 10,000 beast seal, the power this emperor artifact could display would be unimaginable. Beast souls were difficult to find. After all, one had to kill a monster beast to obtain a beast soul, and it had to be refined using a secret technique to prevent damage to the beast soul. Damaged beast souls wouldn't have much power. However, this place was a natural gathering place for beast souls. It was simply tailor-made for the 10,000 beast seal to replenish its power. Previously, she was still thinking about where she should go to kill a monster beast to improve the power of the 10,000 beast seal. But she didn't expect to run into such a good thing. How could she not be happy? Since ancient times, countless creatures of the ancient lands had died here. Even the powerful monster king, whose strength was comparable to a third-order emperor realm master, couldn't avoid it. One could imagine how many tyrannical beast souls were gathered here. If he really sealed all the beast souls here into the 10,000 beast seal, and then took them out to fight, the entire star boundary would be shocked. Asterisk walala. Asterisk, the sound of chains moving through the air continued to ring out. Every time Zhang Ruoxi moved, hundreds of beast souls would be dragged into the 10,000 beast seal, and she would repeat the process over and over again. She was very busy. Yang Kai watched enviously. Chapter 2571. The 10,000 Beast Seal obviously had a strong restraining effect on beast souls. No matter how strong or small the flying beast souls were, once locked by the 10,000 Beast Seal, they could no longer break free, and were sucked into the seal. Yang Kai clearly saw many beast souls comparable to 12th order monster beast souls being dragged into the seal. Ruashi has struck gold this time. I wonder how much more powerful the 10,000 Beast Seal will become after this trip. Thinking about it, Yang Kai's face sank again. This was the 10,000 Spirit Tomb. He didn't know how to get out, nor did he know if tearing space would work here. Crash. Countless beast souls swam and crashed into each other, shattering the bone mountain into pieces. White bones constantly turned into powder. Suddenly, a dim yellow light appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. Out of curiosity, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the glowing object in his hand. It was cold to the touch and rolling, and a decent energy fluctuation immediately came from it. A monster core. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, showing a look of surprise. It turned out to be a monster beast's monster core. And judging from the energy fluctuation, it seemed to be a 10th order monster beast's monster core. He stood in place for a while, not knowing what to think, but he became very excited. He stretched out his hand and waved his sleeve, causing a gust of wind to blow. Hohoho. The bone mountain collapsed, and countless beast bones turned into ashes, flying in all directions. It was as if a white storm had arisen, and at the center of the storm, there was an open area with a radius of over 100 feet. On the ground, dozens of monster cores of different colors were scattered in a disorderly manner. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking at the dozens of monster cores on the ground. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Zhang Ruashi had been carefully sealing the beast souls, but she had also observed Yang Kai's actions. At this moment, when she saw him, she exclaimed, "Sir, could it be that those monster beasts' monster cores were also left here after they died?" "That must be it. Ruashi, we've hit the jackpot this time," Yang Kai happily replied, and then took back the dozens of inner cores. These dozens of inner cores were of different quality. However, the lowest grade was at the 9th grade, while the highest grade was at the 12th grade. Countless monster beasts died in this tomb of all spirits. After their deaths, their souls turned into beast souls and guarded this place. Their bodies turned into fluorescent light and disappeared, but their nadens remained intact. It was impossible to calculate how many beast souls there were. Similarly, it was impossible to calculate how many inner cores there were. The monster beast's monster core had many uses, but it was mostly used in alchemy. Many spirit pills required the assistance of a monster beast's inner core. Yang Kai had accumulated a lot of spirit grasses and elixirs. If he could get enough nadens here, he would have more choices when refining spirit dawn. Previously, he thought that Zhang Ruashi coming here was an opportunity, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, this opportunity would also fall into his lap. If he could really sweep away all the inner cores in this tomb, how much wealth would that be? Even the 10 great emperors would be envious of him. After collecting the dozens of inner cores, Yang Kai waved his hand again. He swept away the nearby skeletons. Immediately, dozens of inner cores of different quality appeared on the ground. Zhang Ruashi was working hard to seal the beast souls, while Yang Kai was also working hard to collect the inner cores. The two of them were performing their respective duties without interfering with each other, truly cooperating seamlessly. In the beginning, Yang Kai would sweep away the skeletons, but after a while, he felt that it was a bit troublesome, so he simply released his divine sense to find the hidden locations of the inner cores. Then, he flicked his golden blood thread to collect the inner cores from the skeletons, saving the place from being in a foul atmosphere. His efficiency suddenly increased a lot. In a short while, all the beast souls in the vicinity were collected by Zhang Ruashi, and all the inner cores on the ground within a dozen kilometers were also collected by Yang Kai. Although there was no detailed count, there were at least tens of thousands of inner cores. Among these tens of thousands of inner cores, even if the 12th order monster beast inner core only accounted for 1%, it was still hundreds of 12th order monster cores, each of which was priceless. Let's go to another place. The surrounding area was empty, and there were no more beast souls or inner cores. Yang Kai immediately pulled Zhang Ruoxi to another location. As for how to get out, it wouldn't be too late to think about it after he had collected enough benefits. Above another mountain of bones, Zhang Ruoxi summoned the 10,000 beast seal, while Yang Kai released his divine sense to search for the inner cores hidden under the skeletons. In less than a cup of tea's worth of time, this place was once again cleaned up. Needless to say, Yang Kai wrapped Zhang Ruoxi and changed locations again. Along the way, all the beast souls were sealed by Zhang Ruoxi, and all the inner cores were plundered by Yang Kai. This was the first time the entire Myriad Spirit Tomb had encountered such a change since its birth. This was simply a robbery. If the 4 great divine spirits of the ancient wild lands knew about this, who knew how they would feel? There was no sun, moon, or stars here, nor was there any distinction between night and day. However, Yang Kai estimated that he and Zhang Ruoxi had stayed here for about 3 days, and had almost finished running through the entire tomb. This should be a small isolated world. The area was not too big. The two of them spent 3 days here, mainly to seal the beast souls and collect the beast cores. If they really ran at full speed, they should be able to run all over the graveyard in less than 2 hours. The harvest was unimaginable. The 10,000 beast seal was dark and gloomy. Even without urging its power, one could feel its tyrannical power. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the 10,000 beast seal was almost full. There were at least hundreds of thousands of beast souls sealed inside, not including those devoured by the soul-devouring insects. The soul-devouring insects had also been greatly nourished these days. More than half of the beast souls were sealed by Zhang Ruoxi, and the rest were devoured by the insects. As a result, the soul-devouring insects were now conveying a lazy mood to Yang Kai, as if they were about to fall asleep. Its 2 eye sockets were profound, and its eyes were somewhat lifeless. It was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. Why is it a human again? The Monster King's mouth opened and closed, and its turbid eyes revealed a look of surprise. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He understood the meaning behind its words and frowned. Have you seen other people come here before? The Monster King looked like it was about to die, but it was still extremely rebellious. Hearing this, it grinned and tried to squeeze out a sneer that was uglier than crying. Why should this king tell you? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He pointed to the light door and said, I'm going to leave from there. If you want to live, I can give you a ride. The rebellious Monster King suddenly lost its calm. Its lifeless eyes suddenly lit up, and it looked like it was tempted, but it quickly disappeared and it snorted. Are you that kind? Yang Kai said indifferently. We're just taking what we need. As long as you can tell me what I want to know, I'll save your life. Chapter 2572. What good would it do me to lie to you? You're about to die. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. The Monster King said, You humans, humph. What he meant was that humans were too deceitful and could not be trusted. Yang Kai did not say anything else and turned to leave. If that's the case, then forget it. Wait. As expected, Yang Kai had only taken a few steps when the Monster King called out from behind him. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, he had to struggle. Yang Kai turned sideways and looked at him from the corner of his eyes. The Monster King muttered something, but it was unclear whether he was cursing or not. After a while he said, Take this king out first. This king can tell you everything you want to know. Get lost. Yang Kai coldly snorted and did not bother to pay attention to him anymore. Seeing that Yang Kai was really leaving like this, the Monster King was very anxious. He did not have the time to discuss conditions with Yang Kai. He said in a hoarse voice, Yes, there was a person who left from here. Yang Kai stopped again and turned around. He looked at him with a cold expression and said, Don't play any tricks or I'll leave immediately. The Monster King's expression was ugly, but he did not dare to say anything. Yang Kai said, Then what did the person who left look like? The Monster King said unhappily, A woman with disheveled hair and crazy behavior. She even took an inner core and smashed it at this king's head. She really pissed this king off. If this king had not fallen from grace, how could this king be bullied by her like this? Yang Kai found it funny, but this was something that Ol San was really capable of. He continued to ask, "She left from that side?" Yes. Hearing this news, Yang Kai could not help but feel relieved. He had not found any trace of Ol San before. He was really afraid that something bad had happened to her here. After all, this place was very dangerous. The countless beast souls were not to be trifled with. Rubbing his chin, Yang Kai asked again, "She can leave, but why are you trapped here?" The Monster King said with grief and indignation, "If I could leave, why would I be trapped here? The tomb of all spirits greatly suppresses the living beings of the ancient lands. I was lucky to be able to make it here. I want to leave, but I can't." "You don't look like you're nearing the end of your life. Why are you here?" Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Speaking of this, the Monster King's face was filled with tears of blood. He sighed and said, "Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. I accidentally stepped on air and came to this damned place." Just like the monster beast that the Monster King had encountered, there were countless of them in the ancient lands. Not every creature that entered the ancient lands had reached the end of their lifespan, but once they entered the ancient lands, their lifespan would truly come to an end. It was also because this Monster King was so powerful. It was because of this that he could barely make it here and escape the pursuit of the beast souls. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. After he finished speaking, the Monster King urged, "What else do you want to ask? I can't hold on for much longer." "Nope." Kai Yang shook his head, his eyes sweeping over him. He felt the evil intention in his eyes. The Monster King's heart skipped a beat. He realized that Yang Kai was going to burn the bridge after crossing the river. What he said earlier about giving him a ride was complete nonsense. The Monster King was filled with grief and indignation. He already knew that the words of humans could not be trusted, but he still tried with a sliver of hope. In the end, he was still going to be killed. The Monster King felt very, very tired. However, he did not expect that Yang Kai would not immediately kill him. After pondering for a while, he said, "Hand over the soul seal, and I'll spare your life." He wanted more. Previously, he had controlled Yang Yue to work for him. Yang Yue was only a demon general and had limited subordinates. If he could control a Monster King to work for him, not only would he be able to find Xiao Xiao with half the effort, but he would also be able to find Xiao Xiao. Moreover, with the Monster King's protection, it would be much more convenient for him to move around the ancient land. When the Monster King heard this, he was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He sneered, wishful thinking. He was one of the 32 Monster Kings. He had a noble status and powerful strength. How could he be willing to be controlled by a human? This human was not even as powerful as he was. At his peak, he could kill him with one slap. How dare he ask him to hand over the soul seal? What a joke. Yang Kai did not force him. He just said casually, "If you die, you have nothing. There is only hope when you are alive." The Monster King sneered. "It's still better than being enslaved and struggling at death's door." Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "Monster King, you have children, right? If you die here, what will happen to your children? The monsters who were bullied by you will not be polite to your children. By the way, Monster King should have wives and concubines, right? With the Monster King's status, all of his wives and concubines should be beautiful, enchanting and charming. After you die, I'm afraid that your wives and concubines will follow others and be ravaged and tasted by others. The Monster King will not be able to feel the ecstasy of it anymore. What a pity, a group of orphans and widows. I'm afraid that the days ahead will not be easy." When the Monster King heard Yang Kai's words, his originally gloomy face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He felt that this human's words were too harsh. He could not help but think of the tragic fate of his children and concubines after he died, especially his wives and concubines. If they were really pressed down by others and freely ravaged, there was no way to think about it anymore. The Monster King's eyes were red, and his nostrils were constantly snorting hot air. Zhang Rua, she was also extremely uncomfortable listening to this. Her face was slightly red. She thought to herself, "How can Sir say anything? It's too embarrassing." The Monster King's face changed. The speed of the light that flew out of his body suddenly increased. It seemed that he was unable to suppress his aging due to the change in mood. To Yang Kai's surprise, after a while, the Monster King turned his head and said, "This king would rather die than submit." That didn't make him submit. Yang Kai was slightly stunned. He felt some admiration for this guy in his heart. Most people would agree to any condition when they were about to die. Take Yang Yue for example. He immediately handed over his soul seal when Yang Kai asked. However, this Monster King had some integrity. It was really impressive. There was no other way. He could only use his ultimate move. Yang Kai still counted on the Monster King to work for him. He couldn't kill him now. He raised his head and gave Zhang Ruoxi a look. He coldly snorted and said, "Show him what you're made of." Zhang Ruoxi was stunned. However, she was smart and immediately understood what Yang Kai meant. She stretched out her hand and patted the void, immediately summoning the 10,000 Beast seal. The Monster King sneered, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. There's no need to talk nonsense." His attitude of facing death was quite eye-catching. Yang Kai did not say a word. Zhang Ruoxi, on the other hand, made a series of hand seals. She kept attacking the 10,000 Beast seal. In an instant, whooshing sounds could be heard. Beast souls of different sizes flew out of the 10,000 Beast seal. In a short time they filled the void. Each beast soul retained their appearance when they were alive. Each of them had an extraordinary aura and an awe-inspiring temperament. Judging from their auras, they were no weaker than the Monster King. Some were even stronger. The Monster King's eyes widened as he stared at them in a daze. Zhang Ruoxi said, "This is the 10,000 Beast seal. It has a strong restraining effect on monster beast souls. Monster King, do you want to submit to my sir now? Or do you want me to use the 10,000 Beast seal to take your soul after you die? You will never be reincarnated. It's your choice." The Monster King's thin body trembled all of a sudden. He raised a hand and pointed at Yang Kai, saying in grief and indignation, You've gone too far. He would rather die than submit. He wasn't willing to give up his soul seal in order to live. But so what? Once the 10,000 Beast seal appeared, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace, even if he died. His soul would still be taken into the 10,000 Beast seal. At that time, he would really be better off dead. Yang Kai chuckled and motioned for Zhang Ruoxi to take back the 10,000 Beast seal. Then, he reached out and patted the Monster King's shoulder. He said, "Don't make it sound so bad. Monster King, you would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Your heroic spirit is really admirable. However, you and I have different paths. Why would I save you if there were no benefits? You promised me just now." The Monster King glared at Yang Kai, but he couldn't do anything about it. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, "Times have changed. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. To tell you the truth, Monster King, I won't make things difficult for you. You've submitted to me, and I just want you to do a small thing for me. Once it's done, I'll leave the ancient lands. At that time, I'll definitely return your freedom. Do you think I'll believe your words?" The Monster King looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. Yang Kai snorted, "Do you have a choice now?" This person changed his face faster than flipping a book. The Monster King was stunned. "I don't have time to dawdle with you. Either you hand over your soul seal, or I'll immediately kill you and take your soul into the 10,000 Beast seal. It's up to you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said in an unquestionable tone, Zhang Ruoxi had already controlled the 10,000 Beast seal to fly above the Monster King's head. If he didn't agree, she would immediately attack. The Monster King was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and growl, "Hand it over." His voice was full of grief, indignation, and unwillingness. This time, it was really a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog, or a dragon being played by a shrimp in shallow water. Yang Kai immediately put on a smiling face and stretched out his hand to him. The Monster King activated his secret technique, and soon, a golden light appeared on his forehead. Yang Kai grabbed it and sealed it into his knowledge sea. This trip to the graveyard without Yang Yue had gained the Monster King, so it wasn't a loss. The Monster King, who had used his secret technique to hand over his soul seal, was extremely weak at the moment. The flowing light on his body was dissipating, and he seemed to be about to die. Yang Kai grabbed him, turned around and rushed toward the grayish-black light gate, asking, "Is it okay to leave from here?" The Monster King nodded gently, his gaze complicated. This time he had escaped, but he had lost his freedom. From now on, he would be enslaved. This was not what he wanted, so he didn't feel the joy of escaping death. Instead, he was very depressed. Not long after, Yang Kai carried the Monster King to the light gate. He activated his Emperor Qi and enveloped the Monster King and Zhang Ruoxi before rushing in. In a flash, 2 people and 1 monster had left the myriad spirit tomb and reappeared in a lush world. They were surrounded by ancient trees that towered into the clouds, and wild energy flowed around them. This was a certain place in the ancient wild land. It was so easy. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little surprised. From the looks of it, the all-spirit tomb's existence was really targeted at the living beings in the savage, desolate ancient land. It did not restrict the entry and exit of outsiders. Of course, after entering, one would have to escape the pursuit of countless beast souls. Otherwise, only death would await them. Looking around, they were no longer in the valley, where they had entered the myriad spirit tomb. They had no idea where they were. Chapter 2573. The appearance of the 3 seemed to have caused a bit of a commotion. Not far away, a shifter quickly rushed over to investigate. Before he could even get close, the Monster King in Yang Kai's hand let out a low roar and shot out like lightning, heading straight for the shifter. There was a miserable cry. The shifter didn't even see who had ambushed him before he was pinned to the ground. The Monster King opened his mouth and bit down on the shifter's neck, swallowing mouthfuls of blood. In an instant, there was a burst of miserable howls. The shifter who had been pinned to the ground struggled, but was unable to break free. Gradually, there was no more movement. A moment later, the Monster King got up, wiped the corner of his mouth and turned back. The shifter's blood seemed to be a great supplement to him. His originally skinny appearance had improved a bit. At the very least, his skin had a bit more luster. Even his flesh had grown a lot, and his withered vitality had increased a bit. He glanced at Yang Kai with a somewhat complicated expression, but in the end, he lowered his head and sighed heavily. "Monster King, how should I address you?" Yang Kai asked. "Xia Wei." The Monster King replied unhappily. However, seeing that Yang Kai didn't slight him in the slightest because he was a soul slave, he felt a lot more relieved. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would order him around as soon as he came up. If that really happened, with his explosive temper, he definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate it. No fear, no matter. Monster King, what a good name. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xia Wei waved his hand and said, "I just randomly came up with it." After a moment of silence, he asked again, "How should I address you?" Yang Kai said, "Just call me Young Master Yang." Xia Wei nodded slightly and said, "Young Master Yang, you said that you wanted me to do something. I wonder what it is." He looked like he couldn't wait to finish Yang Kai's matter. Then, he would be able to get rid of his intentions of controlling him. He didn't hide it at all. "No rush." Yang Kai chuckled. "First, take me back to your territory. What I want to do can't be done without help." "You want to return to your own territory?" Xia Wei had a disgusted look on his face. As one of the 32 Monster Kings, he had a revered status. If he was seen with a human, he would definitely be punished. Furthermore, he was being ordered around by this human. Where was he supposed to put his face in the future? As if reading his mind, Yang Kai said, "Monster King, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. If your subordinates ask, you can say that I'm a friend from the outside world who came to visit you. It doesn't matter if the ancient land demon clan has 1 or 2 human friends outside, right?" The corner of Xia Wu's mouth twitched, and he said against his will, "It's okay." If not for the fact that the soul seal was controlled by Yang Kai, he would not have obeyed his orders. But now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head. Then, the 3 of them started to move and headed deeper into the ancient lands. Xia Wei was undoubtedly very familiar with the ancient wild lands, so he didn't need to hide at all as he led Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi on a rampage. Along the way, a few ignorant demons would occasionally come to investigate. They all became food for Xie Wuwei to replenish his vitality. Half a day later, a towering mountain appeared in front of them. There were some buildings on the mountain. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai found that these buildings were clearly made of large and small stones. There wasn't much beauty in them, but they looked rough and bold, just like the nature of the monster clan. There were countless caves on the mountainside, and many monster clan members lived in them. The arrival of Yang Kai and the others had obviously alarmed these monster clan members. They all walked out of the caves to investigate, but before they could see clearly, the three of them had already rushed into the only hall. Immediately, several beautiful maidservants in the hall greeted them. They looked at Xie Wuwei in fear and bowed. Master! Xie Wuwei was in a bad mood, so he didn't bother to pay attention to these maidservants. He rushed in without looking at them. However, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, who followed behind Xie Wuwei, attracted the attention of the maidservants. After all, the two of them didn't have the slightest demonic qi on them. They were clearly humans. They didn't know why Xie Wuwei had brought two humans back with him. Moreover, these two humans didn't seem to be the master's captives. In the hall, there was a white bone throne. It was unknown what kind of demonic beast it was carved from. It was crude as always. Xie Wuwei directly walked forward, turned around, and sat on it. His tiger-like eyes looked disdainfully in all directions, and he had a sense of majesty. But soon, Xie Wuwei's expression became awkward. As soon as he returned to his own place, he calmed down and forgot about his current situation. Seeing Yang Kai standing below and looking at him with a smile, Xie Wuwei quickly stood up. Monster King, please sit down. We are just your friends from outside. Yang Kai transmitted his voice. He had seen the Monster King's unyielding temper, so he didn't want to embarrass him too much. After all, there were still things for him to do, so he didn't need to care too much about superficial things. Xie Wuwei was grateful. He felt that this human was reasonable, so the rejection in his heart wasn't as strong. He sat down again and stretched out his hand. Young Master Yang, please sit. Yang Kai smiled slightly, turned around and walked to the side. He found a place to sit down and looked around. He found that this place was much more impressive than Yang Yuwei's. Whether it was the style or the layout, it was on a different level. He thought to himself, the Monster King is worthy of being the Monster King. Yang Yuwei, a mere monster general, couldn't compare at all. When he came here just now, he also felt the aura of many 12th order monster beast on this mountain. In other words, they were more or less equivalent to the masters of the Emperor realm. The Monster King had so many subordinates of the Emperor realm. So how many were there in the 32 roads? Not to mention, there were also the 4 great divine spirits in the ancient wild land. If such a group of monsters were to be brought out, unless the 10 great emperors joined forces to resist, they would probably be able to sweep through the entire star boundary. The ancient wild land was really not to be underestimated. Zhang Ruoxi obediently stood behind him, her pair of beautiful eyes looking around curiously. Come! Xie Wuwei shouted in a deep voice. Immediately, 6 monster race cultivators with imposing auras rushed in. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he saw this, because these monster race cultivators gave him the feeling that they were no weaker than second-order Emperor Realm Masters. The 6 monster race cultivators entered the hall and cupped their fists in unison. Greetings, Master. Xie Wuwei raised his hand slightly, indicating that they did not need to be so courteous. Only then did he speak. Did anything happen while this king was away? He did not tell his subordinates that he had accidentally fallen into the 10,000 spirit tomb. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain how he had escaped. A thin monster race cultivator on the left immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. Reporting to Master. This subordinate has something important to report. What is it? Xie Wuwei asked indifferently without raising his eyes. He took the tea handed to him by his maidservant and took a sip. He did not know what the tea was made of. It was dark red and as thick as blood, but it exuded a strange fragrance. When the monster race cultivator heard this question, he glanced hesitantly at Yang Kai, who was sitting next to him, and hesitated. He clearly did not want to report this matter in front of a human, so as to avoid leaking secrets. Xia Wuwei took a sip of the tea, put down the bone cup, and raised his eyes. There is no harm in speaking. Young Master Yang is this king's friend in life and death. There is nothing to hide. He said this out of helplessness. Now that his soul seal was controlled by Yang Kai, his life and death were in Yang Kai's hands. Even if he wanted Yang Kai to retreat, he was powerless. He secretly regretted it. If he had known that something was going to happen, he would not have summoned his subordinates. Now that the situation was not good, he could only force himself to let his subordinates report. The monster race cultivators were also surprised when they heard this. When they saw a human sitting in the hall before, they were full of suspicion. They did not know who this human was, and why the Monster King Master was so welcoming. Now that they heard Xia Wuwei say that this human was a friend in life and death, they were even more shocked. Since when did the Monster King Master have such a good relationship with a human? However, on second thought, the Monster King Master once left the ancient land several decades ago. It seemed that he went out to the human world. It was said that the trip was extremely dangerous, and he almost lost his life. Later on, they heard that the Monster King was saved by a human and could safely return to the ancient land. Unknowingly, the monster race cultivators connected Yang Kai to the benefactor who saved Xia Wuwei's life. They suddenly understood, and the arrogance and disdain in their eyes disappeared. The monster race cultivator said in a deep voice, "Master, there is a change in the blood gate." The blood gate. Xia Wuwei stopped what he was doing and looked at his subordinates in shock. The latter nodded slightly. Xia Wuwei's breathing suddenly quickened, and he said in a deep voice, "Is the news accurate?" The monster race cultivator said, "There is no doubt about it." At first, it was a subordinate of the Rhino Thunder Monster King who discovered the situation. However, many people saw it at that time and reported it one after another. Now the situation at the Blood Gate has alarmed the 4 Saint Venerables, and they are all sending people to investigate. Xia Wuwei suddenly became a little uneasy. He stood up and said hurriedly, "Tell me the details." "Yes," the monster race cultivator replied. He organized his words and said, "More than a month ago, the Blood Gate suddenly erupted with a bloody light and rushed into the sky. However, it only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal. However, during this month, the Blood Gate has clearly become a little different from before. It seems to be emitting a kind of magical power. Many people can't help but want to rush in after getting close to it. Many people have already been killed there. Bloodline attraction." Xia Wuwei's eyes flashed wildly. The monster race cultivator nodded and said, "We also guessed so." This subordinate risked his life to go investigate, and found that the Blood Gate could indeed attract this subordinate, making this subordinate want to rush in regardless of everything. If it wasn't for Shu Yu and the others at the critical moment, this subordinate would have been killed. All signs show that the Blood Gate is about to open, and the ancient rumors are true. Xia Wuwei listened with a face full of excitement. He put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth on the high platform. After a while, he stopped and said in a deep voice, "What did the Saint Venerables say?" The monster race cultivator said, "The Saint Venerables are all in agreement. They don't want us to mistakenly believe the rumors and throw away our lives. Now the 8 envoys near the Blood Gate have all been dispatched and sealed off the surroundings. No one can get close. Mistakenly believe the rumors." Xia Wuwei sneered. "The attraction of bloodline is our instinct. The Saint Venerables thought that they would be safe and sound after blocking the mouths of others. They have a good plan. I'm afraid they are just worried that 1 or 2 more Saint Venerables will appear and affect their status." Chapter 2574. Xia Wuwei's face was filled with indignation, and his arrogant words made his subordinates tremble in fear. They secretly thought that their master still had a bad temper. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Otherwise, if those Saint Venerables heard this, their master would not be able to bear the consequences. "Bloodgate, what is that?" Yang Kai, who had been listening for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask. He had heard Yang Yue mention the blood door before, So he knew that it was one of the two forbidden areas of the savage, desolate ancient lands like the All-Spirit Tomb. However, from Xie Wuwei's expression and words, this blood door seemed to have a lot of implications. Even the four saint spirits of the ancient lands had interfered. This was not a small matter. Yang Kai was currently searching for Xiao Xiao and Lao San in the savage, desolate ancient lands, so it was not a bad thing to know more about the situation here. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Xie Wuwei was startled and suddenly realized that there were two outsiders here, causing his mouth to twitch. He was too excited just now, and actually forgot about this. If it's not convenient to say, then forget it. Yang Kai smiled and picked up the red tea that the maid beside him had served. He smelled it, but didn't dare to drink it, afraid that this thing was made with blood. He said it lightly, but Xie Wuwei didn't dare to ignore it. After all, Yang Kai was already interested, so who knew what he was thinking? He could only say, there's nothing inconvenient about it. The blood door has nothing to do with humans. It is a forbidden area for the living beings of the ancient lands. Yang Kai said, I heard that the blood door and all-spirit tomb are the two forbidden areas of the ancient lands. Is that true? Xie Wuwei nodded. That's right. The all-spirit tomb is the place where the living beings of the ancient lands grow old and die. However, the blood door is where we are reborn. One life and one death. It is divided into two levels. Reborn? Yang Kai was stunned. Xie Wuwei said in a deep voice. According to the ancient legends, after entering the blood door, you will be reborn, return to your ancestral bloodline, and become a saint spirit. Become a saint spirit. Yang Kai was shocked. Could it be that after entering the blood door, one can become a saint spirit? Xie Wuwei nodded and said, that's the literal meaning. But no one knew exactly what was going on. Ever since the ancient land was born, the forbidden blood door had been there. No one could get close to it, and no one could enter it. However, that ancient rumor had been passed down from generation to generation. In the ancient land, even the little monsters who had just gained intelligence knew this rumor. I won't hide it from you, young Master Yang. We all have the desolate bloodline. Strength and aptitude were also related to the thickness of one's bloodline. If he could fully activate the bloodline in his body, he would be able to restore the glory of the ancestral bloodline. Naturally, he would possess the power of a Holy Spirit. Yang Kai was amazed. There's actually such a place in this world. Does the blood door really have such a miraculous effect? Xie Wuwei said. No one can confirm whether it has such a miraculous effect, but there are rumors that there are indeed a few Holy Spirits who came out of the blood door. However, it's been so long that there's no way to verify it. But no matter what, the blood door is a great fortune for the creatures of the ancient land. It's just like the legends of carps leaping over the dragon gate and transforming into dragons. The existence of the blood door is like that dragon gate. Who wouldn't want to give it a try? The Monster King also wants to go? Yang Kai's eyes revealed a strange look. Xie Wuwei scoffed. That would require the master to give him a chance. They have sent out the 8 great saint envoys to seal off the surroundings. Who can get close? However, if we do this, it will be a bit embarrassing. If we're talking about who knows the secrets of the blood door the most, it will undoubtedly be the 4 saint masters. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Hearing Xie Wuwei's words, he immediately understood the meaning of the blood door. If he could really activate the ancestral bloodline in the bodies of the creatures of the ancient land, then his strength would definitely soar. This blood door was indeed a place of new life. It was the complete opposite of the 10,000 spirit tomb's place of old age and death. The world was so big, and there were indeed all sorts of strange things. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. If it wasn't for Xiao Xiao entering the savage, desolate ancient land, he probably wouldn't have been able to imagine that there would be such a magical place in this world. The few saint masters have been accumulating power for a long time. Once the 8 envoys come out, I'm afraid no one will dare to make a move for the time being. In the end, I'm afraid it'll backfire. Pass down the order to closely monitor the situation at the blood door. If there's any movement, report it immediately. I don't believe that those 30 or so old fellows will obediently go into hiding. Xia Wuwei waved his hand and said. The old fellows he was referring to were undoubtedly the other 31 Monster King. When Yang Kai heard this, he faintly realized that this savage, desolate ancient land didn't seem to be a monolithic place. Yes, sir. The skinny goblin clan received the order and immediately went to prepare. Xia Wuwei stood on the high platform, his expression uncertain as he pondered for a while. Only then did he suddenly raise his head to look at Yang Kai and say, Young Master Yang, what did you say you wanted this king to help with? Looking for someone. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Who are you looking for? Xia Wuwei asked in surprise. It's that crazy woman you saw earlier. As Yang Kai spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. With a ripple, the image of old San appeared. When Xia Wuwei saw it, his face couldn't help but darken. He still remembered the scene when old San smashed him with his inner core in the myriad spirit tomb. I have some relationship with this woman. Her mind is not clear right now, so it's very dangerous for her to wander around the savage, desolate ancient land. So I need to find her and take her away. This wasn't difficult, so Xia Wuwei was relieved when he heard this. He was originally worried that Yang Kai would take his soul seal and ask him to do something difficult. But now it seemed that it was just looking for a person, which was really a small matter. He turned his gaze to a man with the face of a rat and said, Shu Yu passed down the order. Tell our brothers to pay more attention to this woman's whereabouts. If they find anything, report it immediately. Also, don't let anyone hurt her. The Goblin Clan man named Shu Yu immediately cupped his fists and said, Yes, sir. He turned around and left. Xia Wuwei turned to look at Yang Kai and said, If this woman is still in the savage, desolate ancient land, as soon as she shows herself, this king's subordinates will definitely notice her. Young Master Yang, just wait for good news. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Monster King. Xia Wuwei's mouth twitched, and he said against his will, Young Master Yang's matter is this king's matter. No need to be so polite. Men, take young Master Yang to rest and settle him down. He couldn't wait to send Yang Kai away. In the end, it was because he felt uneasy being with Yang Kai, and he was afraid that his subordinates would notice something wrong and lose face. No rush. Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted him. I still need to ask Monster King for some information. Xia Wuwei frowned slightly as he looked at him. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and was about to condense a small image when suddenly, a loud noise came from below. Then the whole hall shook, and the maidservants screamed in fright. The 4 Goblin Clan men's faces also changed. Roar. A muffled roar suddenly came from the depths of the ground, like a beast that had been trapped for thousands of years. It was extremely oppressive, and everyone could feel the anger of the owner of the roar. Yang Kai was as still as a mountain, and he looked at Xia Wuwei curiously. He didn't know what happened here, and what kind of monster was suppressed under the mountain. Xia Wuwei's face didn't look good either. He turned to look at the Goblin Clan men below and shouted, That big guy still hasn't surrendered? One of the Goblin Clan men said with an ugly face, That thing is a little stubborn. We used many methods, but we still couldn't make it surrender. A bunch of trash. Xia Wuwei snorted coldly. The Goblin Clan men were scolded until they couldn't raise their heads. I'll go take a look myself. Xia Wuwei didn't know what use the suppressed monster under the mountain had. He waved his sleeves and was about to ask about it himself, but after walking a few steps, he turned back and said, I've neglected young Master Yang. Something has happened here, and I need to go take care of it. You follow my maidservant to rest, and I'll come back later to apologize. It's okay, I'll go and join in the fun. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xia Wuwei rolled his eyes, but he couldn't stop Yang Kai, so he could only walk forward. The remaining 4 Goblin Clan men hurried to follow, and they were muttering in their hearts. They felt that the Monster King Master was too polite to this human, even allowing him to participate in such a confidential matter. After leaving the hall, they quickly came to a cave, and the group went in one by one. The cave seemed to be the entrance, and there were stairs leading down to who knows where. There were fluorite stones on both sides of the cave, so it didn't seem dark. The few of them took large strides as if they were flying, rushing down the stairs. After descending for more than a few thousand feet, the terrain suddenly opened up, revealing a spacious underground palace. There were many Goblin clan members gathered in the underground palace, but at this moment, these Goblin clan members were facing a great enemy. Many Goblin clan members even revealed their true forms, looking at the underground palace in horror. Seeing the arrival of Xia Wuwei and a few of his subordinates, these Goblin clan members retreated to the side, their expressions respectful and fearful. Xia Wuwei glanced around, reached out his hand to summon a small Goblin clan member, and shouted, "What's the situation?" The small Goblin clan member's face was pale, and he stammered, "We don't know." That big guy suddenly woke up and flew into a rage. "We were too weak to stop him, and several of our brothers have already died. If it weren't for the god-binding chains that Master personally set up, I'm afraid he would have already escaped." "Scram, what use do I have for you?" Xia Wuwei's expression was displeased, and with a wave of his sleeve, he swept the small Goblin clan member to the side and walked straight into the depths of the underground palace. Roar! Another roar came out, and the sound waves wrapped in a gust of wind swept through the underground palace, causing everyone's clothes and hair to flutter. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of surprise, as he wondered what kind of strange thing was being suppressed in this underground palace that possessed such power. Out of curiosity, he focused his vision and looked inside. What he saw made Yang Kai's expression turn blank, as if he had been struck by lightning, and he froze on the spot, saying in a trembling voice, "Xiao Xiao." A few dozen feet away, there was a huge humanoid creature that was at least 15 feet tall. It was chained to the ground by a series of black chains. That huge creature had distinct edges and corners. At first glance, it seemed to be carved out of stone. Its entire body glowed with a stone luster. However, it had distinct facial features and strong limbs. It was full of explosive power. The big guy in front of him was clearly Xiao Xiao after she grew up. Chapter 2575. When the group of monster race cultivators heard this, they all looked at Yang Kai with strange expressions, muttering in their hearts, "Small. That guy is clearly a big guy. Is this human blind?" And this was only because of the suppression of the god-binding chain. If it weren't for the god-binding chain, this big guy would have grown even bigger, and could have destroyed the entire underground palace. But before he could finish his thoughts, he saw Yang Kai had already taken a step forward, his eyes filled with a complex look, as if the only thing left in his world was the monster, and nothing else. Xia Wuwei was shocked and shouted in a low voice, "Young Master Yang, be careful. This thing is violent and powerful. Please step aside and let this king deal with it." He didn't know what Yang Kai was up to, but he had personally experienced how difficult the monster was to deal with. Back then, in order to subdue it, many of his subordinates had died. Even he was beaten to the point of vomiting 3 liters of blood, and almost died on the spot. If it weren't for this monster's tyrannical strength, and wanting to subdue it for his own use, Xia Wuwei would have killed it long ago instead of being imprisoned here. Yang Kai was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was restrained by the god-binding chain, he wouldn't have a good ending. Yang Kai ignored him, and continued to move forward. Xia Wuwei frowned, and was about to step forward to stop him, but he saw Zhang Ruoxi move and block him with her hand. "What is the meaning of this, young lady?" Xia Wuwei looked at Zhang Ruoxi with a gloomy face. A mere third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator dared to be so presumptuous towards him. If it weren't for his soul seal being controlled, he would have already slapped her. Ruoxi wasn't afraid and said indifferently, "Since Sir is acting like this, then he must have his own plans." "He has his own plans. Monster King, just wait and see." She didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, nor did she know why Yang Kai suddenly stepped forward. She just didn't want anyone to disturb him, out of her blind trust in Yang Kai. Xia Wuwei was furious. If it weren't for the fact that he was now a soul slave and his life and death were closely related to Yang Kai's safety, why would he care about his life or death? He stood in place with an ugly face. His demonic chi had already been secretly activated, ready to pounce on the rescue at any time. At the same time, he gave a look to his subordinates, telling them to hurry and save people if they sensed that something was wrong. All the demons were perturbed as they focused their attention on the scene. However, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the massive creature. Not Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai looked at the stone giant in front of him, and the excitement in his heart gradually faded. He gradually realized that the stone giant in front of him was not his Xiao Xiao. This was because he had an inexplicable spiritual connection with Xiao Xiao. If this stone giant was really Xiao Xiao, there was no way he hadn't sensed it before. Most importantly, even though he was already close enough, the stone giant was still roaring angrily, as if it wanted to kill him. It struggled madly, but it was locked in place by the god-binding chain. The chains rattled as he tossed them around. Roar! The stone giant roared. The strong wind blew Yang Kai's face out of shape. The whole underground palace was filled with sand and stones, and the walls of the palace rumbled, as if they would collapse at any time. Yang Kai released his divine consciousness and tried to communicate with the stone giant. But he found that the stone giant was in a state of rage and had no intention of responding to him. Helpless, he could only ask, "Are you Xiao Xiao's tribesman?" To suddenly encounter a stone giant that looked exactly like Xiao Xiao in a place like this, Yang Kai couldn't help but think of something. In this world, there might not only be two stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao and the Dharmakaya. There might be another special tribe in this world. Perhaps Xiao Xiao sensed that there was a tribe that belonged to her here, so she entered the savage wilderness ancient land. Or perhaps the stone giant knew Xiao Xiao. Roar! The stone giant's reply was still an angry roar, and the demons were frightened. They secretly thought that this human was really brave. He was facing a stone giant that even the Monster King Master was almost no match for. And he was still so calm. Not to mention anything else. Just this courage alone was enough to make the demons respect him. But he was a little stupid. They didn't know if he would be smashed into a meat patty later. Have you seen it before? Yang Kai reached out and pointed, and an image of Xiao Xiao condensed in front of him. In the image, Xiao Xiao's appearance when they were separated was clearly shown. He was simple-minded and his eyes were lively. He was only half the height of a human, and his stone skin was sharp and angular, as if he was wearing a layer of stone armor. He looked extremely sturdy. The most important thing was that he was carrying a pitch-black stick on his shoulder. He had one hand on the stick, and the other on his forehead, as he looked into the distance. The roaring stone giant suddenly quieted down, and his angry eyes stared blankly at the illusory image. He then looked up at Yang Kai, and the anger in his eyes gradually dissipated, revealing a trace of confusion. The main thing was that Xiao Xiao, who was carrying the heaven-shaking pillar, was too unconventional. You've seen it before, right? Yang Kai observed the stone giant's expression and was delighted. The stone giant was silent for a while, and then slowly nodded. As expected, Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Where is Xiao Xiao now? Is he okay?" He couldn't wait to know Xiao Xiao's current situation. He blamed himself for parting with Xiao Xiao in the Starlight Corridor back then. Lu Yan was quickly found, and there was even news of Qi Yu and the others. Now they were all settled in Thousand Leaves sect to cultivate. Only Xiao Xiao remained unheard of. The star boundary was a dangerous place, so he didn't know how Xiao Xiao was doing. Especially when he heard Yin Lusheng say that Xiao Xiao had entered the ancient wild lands. Now that he suddenly had a clue about Xiao Xiao, how could he not be happy? He couldn't wait to drill into this stone giant's head and investigate Xiao Xiao's current situation. The stone giant opened his mouth and spoke in a muffled voice. "Who are you to Xiao Xiao?" His words weren't very clear, and it was obvious that he rarely spoke, but his voice was like thunder, shaking the entire Earth Palace. The group of monster race masters were stunned as they stared blankly ahead, each of them wailing in their hearts. This big fellow had actually spoken. They had always thought that this big fellow didn't have intelligence and couldn't communicate with living beings. But now they understood that it wasn't that he didn't have intelligence and couldn't communicate, but rather that he was too lazy to pay attention to them. Xia Wuwei's eyes flashed with surprise as he was secretly shocked. Seeing this, he also understood that Yang Kai seemed to have some kind of relationship with this stone giant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to quell his anger so easily and allow him to speak. He had spent a great deal of effort to capture this stone giant, So wouldn't Yang Kai vent his anger on him? Xie Wuwei felt uncomfortable in his heart. If Yang Kai really did vent his anger on him in front of so many of his subordinates, where would he put his old face? He secretly wondered if he should ask his subordinates to withdraw first, so that he wouldn't be in an awkward situation later. Xiao Xiao. Yang Kai grinned as he realized that the stone giant in front of him was referring to Xiao Xiao, nodding. I hatched this little guy with my own blood essence and raised him single-handedly. There was no need for further explanation. These 2 sentences were enough. Hearing this, the stone giant nodded and said in a booming voice, So the benefactor that Elder was talking about is you. Elder? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, wondering where this elder had come from, but he wasn't in the mood to ask, so he only asked, How is Xiao Xiao now? Has he encountered any danger these past few years? The stone giant said in a booming voice, Since you are Xiao Xiao's benefactor, then you are a guest of my tribe, so there is no need to hide anything from you. Xiao Xiao found his own tribe many years ago, and the tribe accepted him, so he is very safe now. You have your own tribe? Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Although he had some guesses before, he couldn't help but be shocked after confirming them. The stone mongoose tribe was born invulnerable to swords and spears, possessing extraordinary strength. When they reached their peak, one of them alone would be difficult to deal with, but if a group of them came, even saint spirits would have to retreat. The stone giant said proudly, My stone spirit tribe may be few in number, but we have not reached the point of extinction. Why are you so surprised? Stone spirit tribe. Yang Kai was a bit speechless. It seemed that calling them the stone mongoose tribe was a bit wrong. They called themselves the stone spirit tribe, but it was just a name anyway, so it didn't matter. Can you take me to see Xiao Xiao? Yang Kai asked again. As soon as these words came out, the stone giant in front of him was silent for a while, then said, You want to take Xiao Xiao away? Xiao Xiao is now a member of the tribe, so he can't leave with you. My stone spirit tribe is not bound by anyone, and anyone who dares to have ideas about my stone spirit tribe is an enemy. Yang Kai said with a smile, I just want to see him, not take him away. The stone giant looked him up and down, then nodded and said, You are not lying. Yang Kai was surprised, thinking that the stone giant could tell whether he was lying or not. However, he didn't know much about the stone spirit tribe, and he didn't know if they had any special divine technique other than refining ores. I can satisfy your request, but right now the stone giant said as he pulled the chains that bound his limbs. There was a clattering sound, indicating that Yang Kai couldn't even protect himself right now, and he was afraid that he couldn't do anything. That's easy, Yang Kai replied, then turned around and said, Monster King, please come here. Xie Wuwei's mouth twitched, and he walked over reluctantly. He heard the conversation between Yang Kai and the stone giant clearly, so he knew what Yang Kai wanted him to do. It was not easy for him to catch the stone giant alone, so he imprisoned him here, hoping that he could completely make him work for him. Who knew that Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Young Master Yang, what are your orders? Xie Wuwei walked closer, lowered his voice, and pretended to ask. Yang Kai tilted his head and said, Let him go. Xie Wuwei was hesitant. The stone giant stared at him angrily, as if he wanted to kill his father and steal his wife, and was absolutely irreconcilable. Xie Wuwei said with a bitter face, Young Master Yang, it's not that I don't want to, but look at him. If I let him go, I'm afraid that he will immediately cause trouble for me. I don't want this place anymore, and if he wants to cause trouble, my mountain will be razed to the ground. Chapter 2576. This was not an exaggeration. The rock spirits were born with the ability to control the laws of the earth. It was normal for them to move mountains and seas with a flip of their hand. Yang Kai turned to look at the rock giant and said, He'll let you go. How about you let him go? The rock giant snorted. Anyone who dares to attack the rock spirit tribe is an enemy. He was unwilling to give up, which made Yang Kai speechless. Young Master Yang, look, Xie Wuwei pointed at the rock giant, which meant that it was not that he did not want to let him go, but that he could not do anything about it. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and looked at the rock giant helplessly. He said, "The Monster King is strong. If we fight again, both sides will suffer. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. How about you just let it go? You have nothing to lose anyway. You should let him go." The stone giant snorted twice. It seemed that he was still very reluctant. Xia Wuwei also flung his sleeves, very unhappy. Yang Kai looked at the rock giant and said sincerely, "Didn't you say that I'm an important guest of your tribe? Can you give me some face?" The rock giant huffed and puffed for a while, then said unhappily, "Fine, let's leave it at that." He was willing to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. Yang Kai immediately signaled to Xia Wuwei, "Let him go." Although Xia Wuwei was still a little reluctant, he couldn't change Yang Kai's mind. He could only push his monster chi, and in an instant, monster chi filled the air and rushed towards the black chains that were binding the stone giant. It was unknown what Xia Wuwei did, but after a few cracking sounds, the chains binding the stone giant fell to the ground. Seeing that the rock giant was free, Xia Wuwei immediately flashed behind Yang Kai. He was vigilant. It was not that he was afraid of the rock giant. It was just that this thing was not to be trifled with. If he took a punch, he would vomit blood. If he had a choice, Xia Wuwei did not want to fight with him. The rock giant only glanced at Xia Wuwei with a fierce look in his eyes. However, he kept his promise and did not do anything as soon as he was free. Yang Kai said, "Can you take me to Xiao now?" The stone giant nodded lightly. With a series of crackling sounds coming from his body, he directly transformed from 5 zhang tall to as tall as a person. All of a sudden, he became much more refined. He waved his hand at Yang Kai, then strode out in large strides, treating Xia Wu as if he was nothing. That was what one would call condescending. Yang Kai hurriedly followed. Xia Wuwei had a sour expression on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he also followed. All the monsters were puzzled. They didn't know why the Monster King Master would listen to a human's instructions and release the stone giant that they had painstakingly captured. Xia Wuwei naturally couldn't be bothered to explain anything to them. He just walked up with a sullen face. After an incense stick's worth of time, the group left the underground palace. He returned to the ground. The stone giant turned its head and looked around. After identifying the direction, he didn't say anything. He stomped his feet on the ground and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the dense jungle. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only anxiously say to Xia Wuwei, "Monster King, please pay attention to what I asked you to do. After you find that woman, it would be best if you can capture her safely. If you can't, send someone to monitor her. I will be back. Don't hurt her." Xia Wuwei looked bitter, but he had to cup his fists and say, "Rest assured, young Master Yang. This king will not disappoint you. However, young Master Yang, you must be careful." He couldn't wait for Yang Kai to leave without returning. However, if Yang Kai was in any danger as a soul slave, he wouldn't have it easy either. Naturally, he didn't want Yang Kai to be in any danger. Yang Kai didn't have time to talk to him. He just nodded and wrapped Zhang Ruoxi in his emperor qi. Using his space principles, he disappeared and chased after the stone giant. The group of monster beasts watched Yang Kai leave before they came forward and looked at Xia Wuwei in confusion. They didn't know what the Monster King Master was up to. Xia Wuwei said with a sullen face, "Today's matter is not to be leaked, or you will be killed without mercy." The group of monster beasts were terrified, and they all cupped their fists and said yes. The stone giant didn't seem to be able to fly, but its jumping ability was beyond imagination. Every time it jumped, it would cover a distance of several thousand feet, so its speed wasn't slow. After waiting for Yang Kai for a while, the stone giant saw that Yang Kai was quickly following and continued forward without looking back. He was undoubtedly very familiar with the ancient wild lands. Along the way, he avoided the territories of many powerful existences and didn't cause too many twists and turns. However, Yang Kai telling him not to embarrass Yang Kai seemed to have made him a little unhappy, so along the way, he didn't want to communicate with him at all. Yang Kai wanted to ask him about the Stone Spirit Clan and Xiao Xiao, but he didn't have a chance and could only follow behind. Ruoshi could also see that Yang Kai had something on his mind, so she didn't say a word and didn't dare to disturb him. The journey was rather depressing. After a full day and night in the ancient land, the stone giant in front of them suddenly stopped. The stone giant stood on top of a huge tree and looked into the distance under the morning sun. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk Yang Kai's figure landed beside him and followed his gaze. In the depths of the jungle, there was a lush primitive land. Ancient trees towered into the sky, layer upon layer, and the morning clouds lingered in the air. It was a fairyland. The stone giant stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and hammered his own chest, making a thumping sound. Zhang Ruoshi watched with a frightened expression, afraid that he would beat himself to death. Roar! The stone giant roared towards the sky, with an inexplicable emotion in his voice. The roar fluctuated, as if he was using some mysterious means to transmit a message. Asterisk walala. Asterisk the surrounding birds flew away in fright and beasts scattered. Immediately afterward, in the depths of the jungle, another roar sounded, responding to the stone giant's call. Yang Kai's mood was surging, because after arriving here, he suddenly felt that somewhere in the jungle, there was an invisible telepathic connection that suddenly connected with him. This was a connection between bloodlines that couldn't be erased even after 10,000 years. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's birth was catalyzed by Yang Kai using his own blood essence. In other words, Yang Kai's blood flowed in Xiao Xiao's body. This was a connection that went deep into his bones and could not be severed by anyone or anything. The elder has agreed to let you enter the tribal territory. Come with me. The stone giant next to him suddenly turned his head and said, then jumped down from the canopy and dashed through the jungle as nimbly as an ape. Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and followed suit. A gray figure half the height of a person dashed through the jungle towards Yang Kai's direction. The distance between the two sides was rapidly closing, and even though they were separated by thousands of trees, the two could clearly feel each other's existence. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk Yang Kai's movements paused, and he suddenly stopped in place. Immediately afterward, in front of him, a gray light rushed towards him like a bolt of lightning. Ruoshi was shocked, thinking that she had encountered a sneak attack, and immediately summoned the 10,000 beast seal. But soon she realized that she had misunderstood, because at this moment, Yang Kai was actually smiling and stretching out his hand. The gray light didn't slow down and directly hit Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His whole body was pushed back by a strong force and uncontrollably flew backwards, knocking down several trees in a row before gradually stabilizing. Ahem! Unable to catch his breath, Yang Kai almost suffered internal injuries. Xiao Xiao's hug was a bit violent. Leaning back against a half-tilted tree, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted Xiao Xiao, who was constantly rubbing his head against him. Woo! Xiao Xiao made a series of inexplicable sounds. Although Yang Kai couldn't understand what it was saying, he could clearly feel its joy and excitement. The excitement of reuniting after such a long time made it impossible for Xiao Xiao to control himself. As soon as they met, Xiao Xiao gave Yang Kai a barbaric bump. Soon, Xiao Xiao seemed to realize that he had done something wrong and quickly got up. Half kneeling in front of Yang Kai, his pair of eyes nervously looked at Yang Kai for fear that he would be injured. He even reached out to pat the dust off Yang Kai's clothes. But the force was a bit too strong. It's okay. Yang Kai patted Xiao Xiao's head and seriously looked at him. After so many years, Xiao Xiao didn't seem to have changed much. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that his aura had become stronger. The stone giant, who had led Yang Kai here, was a little dumbfounded. That small hug just now was indeed just a hug to the stone spirit clan. But to a naturally weak human being, that hug was not something that just anyone could bear. Yet this human in front of him was unscathed, and even had a smiling expression on his face. This human's body is a bit strong. Woo-woo. Xiao Xiao was still sobbing endlessly. If the rock spirit could cry, then it would surely be covered in tears by now, and its excitement was stuck in its chest, unable to be vented. Xiao Xiao jumped up and down while scratching its ears and cheeks like a monkey that had become a spirit, causing others to find it funny. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao jumped to the side and opened his arms to hug a big tree. Who knows how long this tree has lived? It would take at least 3 people to wrap their arms around it. The tree's crown towered into the clouds, making Xiao Xiao, who was half the height of a human, look like a tiny ant in front of it. However, this hug caused the entire tree to shake violently. Roar! Xiao Xiao's roar instantly caused the ground to tremble. Dense cracks like a spider web appeared at the base of the tree, exposing the roots one by one. Boom! 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 Xiao Xiao continued to lower and raise his arms. Each movement made the tree shake nonstop. After 2 or 3 repetitions, the huge tree was uprooted, and the surrounding soil was sent flying. This scene left Ruoxi dumbfounded. Chapter 2577. Little fool, why aren't you pulling up the honored guest? What are you doing? An old voice suddenly sounded in front of them. Although it was forceful, it was gentle and kind, making those who heard it involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. Xiao Xiao shuddered violently, as if in awe of the owner of this voice. He bounced back to Yang Kai's side and reached out to pull him up, looking at him foolishly. After venting his anger, he finally calmed down. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked forward. What he saw stunned him. Stone spirits that were as tall as a human slowly walked out from various parts of the forest. With a rough count, there were actually 7 or 8 of them. Obviously, they had all sensed the commotion here and gathered over. Those pairs of round eyes were curiously sizing him up. The rock spirit in the middle was particularly prominent, but it wasn't because he was strong or tall. Compared to the other rock spirits, he was a little shorter. His short stature wasn't because of his height, but because his body was a little hunched. The first impression this rock spirit gave off was that he was old. His hunched waist was supported by a stone crutch. The stone skin on his body was also in a cracked state, which was the mark of the endless flowing time great emperor. On his chiseled chin was a small stone awl like a beard. Only his eyes were extremely bright, flashing with wisdom. The rock spirit clan's innate intelligence was worrisome, but Yang Kai didn't know why. But when he looked into the eyes of this old rock spirit, he saw the reflection of a wise old man. Yang Kai was in awe. He knew that this old rock spirit had probably lived for tens of thousands of years. At the same time, he also realized who this old rock spirit was. He cupped his fists. Bowing, he said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Elder. I took the liberty to disturb you. I hope Elder won't take offense." Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi knew that this was a master and quickly bowed. The elder chuckled. His laughter was extremely hearty. "No need to disturb you. My rock spirit clan has been waiting for you for a long time. Today, you have finally arrived." "Waiting for me?" Yang Kai was stunned, but soon seemed to recall something. He turned his head and glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was standing beside him. He smiled and patted Xiao Xiao's shoulder. He thought that it was because of Xiao Xiao that this so-called Elder Shirling said that he had been waiting for him. "Honored guests, you've come from afar and must be tired from the journey. Please follow this old man to rest. My rock spirit clan hasn't had a guest for many years." After the elder finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yang Kai's agreement and turned around to walk into the depths of the forest. Although he looked extremely old and had a walking stick in his hand, his stooped figure moved as if he was flying. Its speed wasn't any slower than the other rock spirits. As soon as he left, the rest of the rock spirits also followed him and left. But before they left, they looked at Yang Kai with a strange gaze. Xiao Xiao grabbed Yang Kai's hand and whimpered a few times before dragging him away. Yang Kai was helpless and could only ask Zhang Ruoxi to follow. After walking for a short while, the group came to a place surrounded by some towering ancient trees. Each of these towering ancient trees was as thick as 10 people hugging around it. There was a tree hole under the tree root. The tree hole seemed to have been turned into a natural tree house, and there were traces of living creatures living inside. Yang Kai looked at it curiously. He suddenly realized that these tree houses should be where the rock spirit clan lived. Thinking about it, these guys could easily transform into dozens of feet tall and hundreds of feet tall. Ordinary houses really couldn't withstand their torment. This kind of natural treehouse was the best habitat for them. Who knew how many years the Rock Spirit clan had lived here? Each treehouse had traces of the ancient desolate flowing time Great Emperor. After arriving here, the Rock Spirit Elder walked straight into a treehouse and disappeared. Another Rock Spirit came up and bowed with one hand in front of his chest. The Elder said that honored guests should rest first and come back to talk at night. Yang Kai glanced at him. He didn't know if this stone spirit was the one captured by Xia Wuwei. These guys all looked the same. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to tell them apart unless they lived with them for a long time. Imitating him, Yang Kai bowed with one hand in front of his chest and said politely, "Thank you for your trouble." Although he didn't know why he had to talk at night, he came here to find Xiao Xiao. Now that he had seen Xiao Xiao, his wish had been fulfilled. Other things didn't matter. Whether Xiao Xiao wanted to leave with him or not wasn't something Yang Kai needed to consider. It would be best if Xiao Xiao was willing to leave with him, but if he couldn't abandon his clan and chose to stay, Yang Kai wouldn't force him. Every living creature had their own clan. Xiao Xiao was able to find his own clan and was no longer alone. Yang Kai was sincerely happy for him. Entertain the guest well. The Rock Spirit ordered Xiao Xiao again. Xiao Xiao scratched his head and nodded. The Rock Spirit glanced at him, sighed slightly and turned away. It seemed to feel helpless towards Xiao Xiao, who was still a child. However, in the entire Rock Spirit clan, only Xiao Xiao was still a child. There was nothing to be done about him being naughty and willful. After the Rock Spirit left, Xiao Xiao dragged Yang Kai under a big tree. There was also a treehouse under the tree. It was obviously Xiao Xiao's residence. After Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi followed him inside, Xiao Xiao looked around for a while and suddenly rushed out. Who knows what he ran out to do? After a while, a roar came from a nearby treehouse. "Little guy is being naughty again. Be careful or I'll tell the elder and have him punish you." Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk After a while, Xiao Xiao ran back with 2 stone stools on his shoulders and threw them on the ground. He looked at Yang Kai and pointed at the stone stools while whining. Ruoxi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She understood that these 2 stone stools were probably stolen by Xiao Xiao from another rock spirit. Yang Kai also couldn't help but smile. Exchanging a glance with Ruoxi, he sat down with a shake of his robe. Looking around, Yang Kai found that the treehouse was empty. The area was not small, larger than an average house. However, there were no furnishings inside, not even a table or chair. Instead, it was a few stone sculptures nearby that attracted Yang Kai's attention. These stone sculptures looked very rough. It was obvious that the sculptor's skill was not skilled. However, it was still possible to make out that these stone sculptures were of a person, a man. From left to right, the stone sculptures were getting better and better. Finally, the last stone sculpture had clear facial features. After looking at it for a while, Ruoxi suddenly understood and asked in surprise, "Sir, this is you?" Although the stone sculpture didn't look the slightest bit similar to Yang Kai, Zhang Ruoxi was still keenly aware of who carved this stone sculpture. Xiao Xiao jumped, ran to the best stone sculpture, picked it up, and placed it in front of Yang Kai, as if he was presenting a treasure. He then pointed at himself, then pointed at him. Yang Kai stared at it in a daze. His heart moved slightly, and he praised, "Good sculpture, very similar." After receiving the praise, Xiao Xiao jumped 3 feet high, somersaulted in the air, and ran to the other stone sculptures, smashing them into pieces. For some unknown reason, it seemed that as long as this stone sculpture was praised by Yang Kai, it was enough. Everything else was just floating clouds. Woo woo. Xiao Xiao waved his arms and drew a few pictures. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did you teach yourself all this?" Xiao Xiao nodded fiercely and began to draw again. Yang Kai immediately snorted. "That's because other people don't know what's good for them. Just ignore them." Zhang Ruoxi watched quietly from the side, a faint smile on her face. She suddenly found this scene very warm. She couldn't understand what Xiao Xiao was gesturing, nor could she understand what Xiao Xiao was saying. However, Sir could clearly see what he was trying to express without any mistakes. One man and one stone spirit, using this special method to communicate in this cave, chatting about trivial matters, but it was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. In this primitive jungle, far away from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, the disputes of the outside world seemed to pass like yesterday's clouds, unable to invade this place. Ruoshi could see that Yang Kai and the little stone spirit in front of her had a very good relationship. Ruoshi had never seen Yang Kai so patient. He treated this little stone spirit like his own child, full of tolerance and benevolence. How good would it be if it could always be like this? As long as Sir is willing to stay, I will be happy to stay here, even if I have to live a life isolated from the outside world. Laughter constantly came from the treehouse as time passed quickly. Soon it was evening, and the sky was getting dark. A stone spirit came in from outside and bowed with one hand on his chest. "Guest, the elder invites you to a banquet." Banquet? Yang Kai was startled. Although the elder had told him to come back at night during the day, Yang Kai didn't expect them to prepare a banquet. This made him feel a little flattered. He quickly got up and said, "Thank you, elder. This junior will be right there." The stone spirit nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Xiao no longer gestured with Yang Kai. Instead, he took his hand and dragged him outside. "Xiao Xiao, is there anything you pay attention to here?" Yang Kai asked as he walked. The Stone Spirit clan could be regarded as a wild alien race that had always lived in the deepest part of the ancient lands. Yang Kai had just arrived here, so naturally he was worried that he would offend the Stone Spirit clan. So naturally, he had to ask clearly and do as the Romans did. But Xiao Xiao just kept shaking his head and didn't say anything to him. His mysterious appearance made Yang Kai feel very helpless. After leaving the tree hole, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi looked up and couldn't help showing a strange light. "It's so beautiful," Ruoshi couldn't help but exclaim. The night in this barren land was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. Fireflies were dancing on the ancient trees all around, and between the trees, there were colorful streams of light. Like ribbons, they flew back and forth, embellishing this place as if it was a paradise on earth. Ruoshi's eyes were filled with stars. She couldn't wait to live here forever and never leave again. The little girl had always had little resistance to such beautiful things. Yang Kai had also spent many nights in the ancient wild lands, but he had never seen a place as beautiful as the Stone Spirit's residence. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the uncanny workmanship of nature. "The banquet will begin now," the elder chuckled and said in a clear voice. "The place is simple and crude, so there's nothing to entertain you. I only offer some spirit fruits and spirit wine. I hope you don't mind." "I wouldn't dare," Yang Kai answered, but his face was full of suspicion, because although this elder said that he would offer some spirit fruits and spirit wine, he didn't see anything at all. Moreover, the 10 clansmen of the Rock Spirit clan were here, so who would serve wine and fruit? Turning his head to look, he saw that the other 9 rock spirits, including Xiao Xiao, were all sitting firmly in place, not moving at all. Instead, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked into the depths of the forest, their faces filled with excitement. What the hell? Yang Kai was full of suspicion, but he could only wait and see. Clap clap. The elder suddenly clapped his hands twice, as if summoning something. In an instant, the surrounding trees shone brightly, and colorful rays of light bloomed from the depths of the forest. The ribbons that lingered between the canopy and the trees suddenly came to life. Within the hazy light, there seemed to be numerous petite figures flying through the air, each of them stepping on the floating ribbons. Their bodies emitted a bizarre halo, as if they were celestial beings descending to the mortal world. Such a scene was too beautiful to behold. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he saw a series of petite figures about the length of his arm appear out of nowhere. These little people didn't seem to be made of flesh and blood. Instead, their bodies glowed brilliantly, as if they were carved out of jade. The forest suddenly became lively as hundreds of such people rushed out from all directions. There were both men and women. The men's faces were delicate and handsome, while the women's looks were extraordinary. Wearing short skirts, their delicate arms and legs were exposed, and their skin was as white as snow. These people each held something in their hands, and flew to the stone table, to put down the things in their hands one by one. Soon, Each stone table was filled with stone cups, wine jars, and fragrant blue spirit fruits. These small blue jars should also be woven from vines, and were very delicate. Each small blue jars were filled with different varieties of spirit fruits. They had long been cleaned, so they could be tasted at will. Yang Kai and Ruoshi had never seen such creatures before, so they couldn't help but stare at them in amazement. A female person flew in front of Yang Kai and put down the small blue jars on her arm. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai staring at her with wide eyes. Immediately, her cheeks flushed red and she covered her face and retreated with a shy look. This made Yang Kai feel quite embarrassed, thinking that he had scared her. On the other side, Zhang Ruoshi stretched out a finger and poked the face of a female person. But the female person reached out and slapped her finger away, pouted, and walked away angrily. Ruoshi couldn't help but stick out her tongue, but her beautiful eyes kept staring at the little people. These petite and beautiful people naturally aroused her great interest. She secretly felt that it would be great if she could take a few back and raise them. Elder, this is. Yang Kai finally recovered and turned his head to look at Elder Shirling. The elder chuckled and said, "This is the Wood Spirit Clan, living together with my Stone Spirit Clan. They are my Stone Spirit Clan's most solid and reliable ally." After a pause, he continued, "My Stone Spirit Clan needs their help, and the Wood Spirit Clan is not good at fighting. It is difficult for them to survive in the ancient lands, and they need my clan's protection, so we can be considered to be helping each other." Yang Kai suddenly understood and nodded. So that's how it is. These little people did not seem to be good at fighting. Any random monster beast would be able to bite them to death. The ancient lands were dangerous, and if they wanted to survive, they could only rely on the strong. The Stone Spirit Clan was undoubtedly the one they relied on. This trip to the ancient lands could be considered an eye-opener. Not only did he see so many little people, but he also saw this magical Wood Spirit Clan. Ordinary people wouldn't even know of the existence of these two clans. As he spoke, a little female figure that looked different from the other Wood Spirits flew over. This little female figure was undoubtedly more gorgeous, and her temperament was more noble and pure. Her delicate face was shrouded in a layer of lustrous white light, making her look extremely sacred and inviolable. She also wore a strange laurel crown on her head. The elder introduced, "This is the Wood Spirit Clan's matriarch, Mu Na." Yang Kai hurriedly got up and said, "Yang Kai greets Senior Mu." Although this matriarch was only as tall as his arm, and was a little too petite, but since she was the matriarch of a clan, she naturally had lived for God knows how many years. It was only natural for him to call her senior. Mu Na smiled warmly and raised her hand. "Since you are a guest of the Stone Spirit Clan, then you are also a guest of my Wood Spirit Clan. Since you have come here, treat this place as your own home. There is no need to be overly courteous." The elder smiled. Normally, it is difficult to eat some of the Wood Spirit Clan's spirit fruits and spirit wine. Today, we can be considered to have benefited from this honored guest, and can fill our stomachs. Mu Na pursed her lips and smiled. "Elder, please don't lie through your teeth. My Wood Spirit Clan's spirit fruits and spirit wine have never been inferior to yours." Hearing this, the group of stone spirits laughed dryly. It was obvious that they often ate and drank from the Wood Spirit Clan. Yang Kai could see that the relationship between these two clans was not as simple as relying on and protecting each other. Their relationship should be very good. Otherwise, the elder and the Wood Spirit Clan's matriarch would not be so casual. The elder raised his hand and said, "Honored guests have arrived, so let's drink to our heart's content." The group of stone spirits below immediately wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. They slammed their hands on the stone table, as if they were about to go on an expedition to kill someone. Yang Kai was frightened by this sight. He did not know how this group of violent people could coexist peacefully with the Wood Spirit Clan. Even Xiao Xiao was behaving like a madman, extremely excited. A dozen or so female Wood Spirits immediately flew out from the side and arrived at each table. They huffed and puffed as they picked up wine jars and filled everyone's stone cups to the brim. The female Wood Spirit who came to serve Yang Kai seemed to be the one who flew away shyly after being stared at by Yang Kai. Seeing her struggling to carry the wine jars, Yongkai could not bear it and hurriedly said, "I can do it myself, there is no need to trouble yourself." As soon as these words came out, the female with spirit could not help but turn her head to look at him. Her eyes reddened and tears welled up in her eyes. It was truly a pitiful sight. Yongkai was sweating profusely. He did not know what he had said wrong, and hurriedly cast a pleading look at the elder. The elder chuckled and said, "Although the Wood Spirit clan is extremely xenophobic, anyone who can become their guest will be able to experience their hospitality. Serving wine to a guest is the most basic etiquette. If the guest refuses, it means that they have not done a good enough job and will be ostracized by the entire clan." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.